For the
Yeah, I wish
peanuts
you could
out
get
there.
away with playing yakety sax, but you can't.
Okay.
Do that and you get a copyright strike every time.
That's a bit mean.
Well, it's not a hard strike. They just take your money,
Yeah.
which pisses me off, so I demonetize it every time they do that, motherfuckers.
Yeah, but the trouble is that they can still make them show adverts on it, can't they?
Yeah.
In fact, even if you're not monetized, they then show adverts on it and get the money.
Yeah, I've never left one monetized after they did a strike on me. Fuck them.
On that note, g'day Peanuts. Hey Joe. Hey Demon Orb. Hi Tess.
Oh, goodness. Was I talking to YouTube? I'm so sorry.
That's okay. I think the Peanuts don't mind.
Yeah, I've never left one monetized.
Yeah, get that
I
one.
think they're used to us by now, aren't they?
Of all things, I was about to play it again.
No, that's still
Good.
doing it.
Good. Found the mute button. I'm great.
What's up they doing then?
Yeah.
Hearing voices.
Oh, you won't hear him anymore. I think Paul's still out there though.
Yeah, Paul's out there.
Oh, Tess was bleeding through from Discord. We're in here, Tess. We're not out there. You know, there hasn't been a debate the last few days that I've gone through and I can't find. Been a bit.
No, I don't think there is actually.
Yeah, I was looking through it. I thought, what?
Yeah, it's been slim pickings this week.
Yeah, no MC Toon, no Fight the Flat Earth.
Slim pickings.
Yeah.
I must watch Doctor Strangelove again.
Yeah, Anton wants to know, did James Webb prove the Big Bang Theory wrong?
Nah, probably not.
other than that, oh, Paul's in. Wally dropped one too. That's angle to a curve, super easy for the flat earth AutoCAD something. I'll have to look at that later.
Oh yeah, that's quite interesting, that one. Clive Wells is being particularly masochistic. No debate. More time for Lindsay then. Right.
Clive. I mean, how many are we behind? 1, 2, 6, 8.
Blimey.
8, 11.
What? Oh no, we'll never catch up.
No, that's not nearly enough. We need to be much further behind than that.
Well, I mean, I do skip the odd one, just depending on the title.
How do you know which one?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I'd say they're all pretty odd.
Well, we've got part 1, 2, and 3 about the truth about gravity.
The truth?
Yeah, a truth about gravity. There's part
Or
1,
his
2,
truth.
and 3. A 23-minute, 25-minute, and a 15-minute. So we're definitely going to have to play them in series. Not only one go, though.
I was going to say.
Oh, there's one further up. It's cold fusion. Nothing hot up there. Secret of cold fusion is the kinetic energy of subterranean Arctic water.
Oh, hello, they've woken up.
Who's woken up?
It's a Silverstone Classic this weekend.
Ah.
There were some very interesting noises coming from the circuit yesterday, I can tell you. Maybe that was the Gentleman Bentley Owners Club.
Yeah, I did watch a bit of that, Fred, to keep a track of that saga. Gary's...
Oh, Mr. Sensible, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I watched that live last night.
It's the year of the sphere, Gary, not the good day, flat earth day. And then Fred goes, speaking of dumb.
Yeah.
We can never get Gary on here to say 2 words, can we?
No, well, usually he's working.
Yeah. I've seen him on Blues Stream, but I don't know if he's was it Blues Stream? I've seen him there once.
He comes in Jose's a lot, but I mean, half the time he's just listening because he's working. You know,
Yeah.
If you're out working, it's you know, particularly the work he does, and it's kind of difficult to be on your phone all the time at the same time, which it's fair enough.
Well, what's a good time of day to catch you, Gary? Or even day? Day or time of day?
Why is my bloody camera doing that?
Is it still doing it?
Yeah.
Because it's cursed. That's why. Obviously.
Okay, we'll just check it out, see what it's doing. Oh, there it goes.
Yeah. Just it's...
Why would it be doing that?
That's weird.
That is weird.
Is
it still under warranty?
Is it? I don't know. I got it off Amazon.
Oh. That doesn't help.
No. When did I buy it? Let's have a look.
Like I paid over $100 odd for the one I've got.
Oh, this one. No, it wasn't next. 30 quid.
Oh, okay.
Might just have to try something else instead.
Like what?
A different webcam. I mean, yeah, 30 quid, whatever.
Have you got
Oh
a
my
name?
God, I haven't
Brand
even
name?
finished typing the clue. Clive's got it already.
Hey, we haven't given the clue yet, Clive.
Good grief.
H something L. Yeah, but he could be wrong.
He's not.
Ah.
I'll put the clue in for the others anyway.
Yeah. Prize winner of his theory of electromagnetic radiation. He was most famous for deriving the transformations that are the basis of Einstein's general and special theories of relativity. After 2
he is
p.m.
indeed.
Pacific time. Okay, Gary, how do I calculate that my time? 2 p.m. Pacific time. I haven't got a time calculator handy. 2 p.m. That'd be in my daytime, obvious afternoon. That'd be 2 hours that way, 2 hours the other way. 2 p.m. That'd be about 4 p.m. my time. Am I right? Is that a good guess?
I thought it'd have been more like 4 a.m. your time.
Oh, Pacific time. That's the West Coast, isn't it?
West Coast of America.
Yeah, West Coast. I can't calculate West Coast. I don't know how many hours the difference is between East and West.
3.
So another 3 hours again.
Yeah.
So that'd be my AM. 3. It'd be in the AM, that's for sure. Well, if he's on Jose's does the early hours of my morning.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't stream that early in the morning, Gary. So if it's
Oh,
3
there they
hours,
go.
that means it's about 5 o'clock in the morning over there, then West Coast. Must be time for Lindsay. Me cuppa's gone cold, farmer. Oh yeah, me too. Yeah, mine's gone cold.
It's nothing. It's gone cold. It's empty.
Yeah.
Let's try that.
As Sam said, 5 a.m. and he's already trolling. Sounds like a bit of a sad existence. What if you hit your cam with a hammer, farmer? Would that fix it?
I'm no expert, but I don't think so.
Well, a hammer fixes everything.
Mm,
Almost everything.
almost everything.
Yeah. Well, back when radar technicians, we had a saying, because we had 2 levels. You had mechanics who had some basic skills and were there to hold the multimeter for you, and you had the technician people. And mechanics knew where to kick it, technicians knew why to kick it.
Yeah. Jiggle your connection, farmer, and see if it makes it worse.
Oh, it's been jiggled. Don't you worry. I'm just checking on various different ways I can play with settings and things. But it's just
It seems to be more of a connection thing, going by what it's doing. I just thought jiggling the connection somewhere where it's plugged in to see if it actually makes it worse or not.
What else can I try? That's...
Yes, Tess, we've tried turning it on and off again. Mark's saying I don't recall ever seeing Lorenz's first name anywhere, and was never curious. Henrik Antoon
Hendrik.
Lorenz. Truth Nerd said, "Farmer, jiggle it for us."
What do you think this is? An OnlyFans transmission? Hell.
Heat Shield said, "Jiggle your connection." Oh, come on! I seem to remember being thrown in the swear jar for less than that.
Yeah, blimey.
And Joe said, "Try to wiggle it every morning." Yeah, if in doubt, give it a clout. I have my cup of tea, face pump protection on, monitors out of range, Lindsay, press play to torture. Dated for... Well, we're going to do a 3-part series by the look of it, if we can remember that we're doing it for the next episodes. Part 1, Part 2 and 3 about truth about gravity and a magnetic field. So pull that up.
I wonder if he's going to talk about hyperbolic elliptic partial differential equations.
Oh, I hope so.
I suspect probably not.
That was a bit of a mouthful.
That's what she said.
That's what she said. Oh, it looks like it's time to go and put the jug on, Peanuts. Not put the jug on Peanuts. Put the jug on, comma, Peanuts.
Peanuts?
Roasted or
Oh, dry roasted, yeah.
Oh, dry
yeah, and just for a change, almonds.
Okay.
Good healthy snack to nibble on. Nibble on your nuts.
She didn't say that.
No.
It's okay if you don't play, Lindsay. I just woke up after a bit of vodka. Okay. And I'm sorry to say, Peanuts, we haven't got a poll quiz tonight. So you know what that means?
Bottle caps.
Caps.
Oh, and Peanuts, the Zoom is being redone for the next 12 months. It went through automatically, so I thank all the Peanuts that contributed to the helping of the Zoom.
One less thing to worry about until, well,
next year.
another year. Yeah.
Well, there's a little bit left over, so that'll go towards next year's one. Okay, I got the right. I forgot to set the OBS for the video. Lindsay speed is a go. Where's Space Matt?
Yeah, is he online? Oh yeah, he's on mine.
Saturday, isn't it? Yeah, he's usually a bit busy
Yeah.
with family Saturdays.
Family stuff.
Yeah. Well, we could get a recording of him saying it.
I have to
Hey,
see
Terry.
that.
Terry,
Yes, Paul.
please proceed.
Okay.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is probably going to be the most informative video you've ever seen regarding what is actually gravity. And it's nothing what science tells you. So I've done previous videos on gravity, but people are still not getting it. I see some flat earth sites haven't connected. Although they're using some of my terms now, they're understanding what I'm saying, but they haven't grasped the whole model. So I'm going to expand on the whole thing now, and you should know by the end of the session exactly what it is. Okay? I can't just draw it as I go because there's too much information and I'll miss it all. As it is, I'm probably going to miss some. So I don't like to miss the important stuff. But let's just work our way through it, okay? We are living in a projected realm, a holographic projection being the toroidal field. The inverse to the torus is the hyperboloid, the hourglass at the centre. So everything starts from this hyperboloid at the centre. That's where creation is. And there it is, a blown up image. It's the two forces coming together. The downward force and an upward force. Force from above Earth and a force from below Earth. And they're spiraling together. And they're moving at 15 degrees per hour. That's 15 degrees per hour. So it spins this. There's the ecliptic plane. Our Earth is from the hole. Now the Earth is in the centre. It's the
We forgot to say thanks, Bob.
place of rest.
Oh, man.
Everything is moving around it, spinning around it, avoiding the place of rest. This is coming up 15 degrees per hour. The ecliptic plane is turning 15 degrees per hour. That's why all our stars turn 15 degrees per hour. Okay, we got that. Now we have to understand Earth. How is Earth created? Well, it's understanding the weak force and the strong force. In a magnet, there is a strong force and a weak force. Nobody knows the magnetic field of a magnet. You've all been fooled. You've all been led to believe that one half plus this half equals one whole. Well, it does in one sense, but you have to consider the fact that the energy of that half and the energy of that half are not exactly the same. I mean, in total they're the same, they equal each other, but one is weak. It's weak because it's more dispersed. And one
Not
is strong.
the same, but they're the
There's
same.
a strong force and a weak force.
Yeah.
Although the overall energy in this weak force, this big field, is the same as what's in here, that's all science knows. That's why they tell you they're both the same, but they don't explain or understand the fact that one is weaker than the other. And this is what keeps perpetual energy flowing, the creation of Earth,
Oh, my
understanding the two fields. You put a weaker field here, I've got them both strong here, but put a weak field here, they connect here, and then it just becomes one big magnet. And then you've got all, let's call them electrons at the ends here with all the energy ready to go again. But they've connected up, found equilibrium, so they've just equalised and made the magnet longer, basically. But this is how Earth is created, by the strong force coming down, which actually comes out of the tropics, but we'll get into that further on.
The
You've
tropics,
got a strong force and a weak
Wow.
force. So they're always rushing to each other to find equilibrium. They never cease due to that strong and weak force. But we know a south and a north pole, we should know, not the science is telling you, I don't think, but weak and a strong, they will come together, south and north, and find equilibrium. That equilibrium is the place of rest, the state of inertia. That's what creates the black hole. And then the forces avoid that because they're strong and weak. They're spinning around, rushing by it, still following their path, perpetual energy, motion, because they're seeking out each other's balance. The strong force is seeking the weak, and the weak is seeking the strong. So a lot of them are going past. So a lot of it creates the rest, the balance, the pairing. This is what the pairing is in physics. As they pass by, there's some pairing, they find equilibrium, balance, and create the Earth, create this whole internal system. So this is gravity. That's what gravity is. There's no there's no force within the Earth. It's the forces below Earth that rise up and the force from above, but obviously don't feel it, but they're spinning around, avoiding each other because of the imbalance of the two fields. They'll keep moving, but as they pass by, some have found their pairing, where they find equilibrium, the balance, the black hole. All the action is around the black hole. All the avoidance is around the state of inertia, Earth. And Earth is from the hole. You have to admit, you've just got to understand that. Earth is the plane of inertia, the place of rest, fixed and stationary. That's why the Bible states that, because it's fact. And all ancient philosophy talks about it. Earth is fixed and stationary. The two forces that come together
This is in
create
the Bible,
the
it's
Earth.
fact. There you go.
There's nothing inside the
There
Earth
you go,
like
yep.
the magnet, the iron core, all that rubbish. Ignore it all. So that's your good system there. Then we can look at Earth this way. Okay, we've got the central hyperboloid that comes right to the Earth, but we don't have to be concerned with what's below Earth. There's a dual system, but it breaks down like a magnet, so then we have a dual system up here.
Hyperboloid.
On this side, there's probably some weird dual system going on down here we don't know about. But for our life, it's up here. So we live in the light, in this field up here. So they talk about, well, we'll come over here to the nodes. This is what's happening in the tropics. We've got the magnetic fields that flow across the Earth from both ends, and they hit the tropics, the gap there, Cancer and Capricorn, and go straight down, then come under the Earth. So one's a positive, one's a negative type system going on, above and below, which creates the same as this. It's the sun's analemma. It's all the same. That's what a magnetic field is doing on a magnet. And these are the fields we follow if you use a compass.
No, truth nerds. Earth is from the hole. Earth is the plane of inertia. I take it back. This is the most informative video I've ever seen.
This follows these magnetic fields, like that. So in this tropical gap here, it's an exploded view of what's happening back in creation, the centre of the Earth. We do not know about, we can't see. But it's exploded out in the tropics. We don't see it there either actually, but this is what's going on. The two forces. So the field comes down, it's spin around, coming down, straight down, and then drawing up the opposite force. So it's happening like this. So, and what happens is they make a connection appearing. So this female comes in like this, called the female. Even in science, they've used the word daughter, cheekingly, which means I think they understand that earlier totally. This is the female coming in, being pulled into there to pair with this rising force. Ancient cultures in the Americas, they have all this in their materials and art, designs. This goes way back to the beginning of time. It's all described in ancient philosophy. Antinodes out here. These are nodal points. And some of you might have noticed, I think not many, when Ken Wheeler was showing the magnetic field of a magnet, ring magnet I think, whatever, and you can actually see around the zone here, the nodal points. You see little bright lights, dots, all the way around here. It's the same thing. This is where we see the sun, isn't it? But it's actually from in here. It's another story. Just talking about gravity for now. But anyway, this system that comes up is the negative, is the friction of fresh water below Earth, constantly rising due to the downward force from above, the counter force, at the tropics of Capricorn and Cancer. It's the magnetic field. There's the Earth's magnetic field doing this. Okay? And this system up here, this pairing, creates the electrical. And this pairing here comes over and feeds the sun from above. This is the field that comes down here. Well, you also have to imagine this field here is inside one big, the overall hyperboloid. It's within this field here. It's actually just working in here, okay? It's a smaller version of this overall picture, but it's in here, up top here. So we could have drawn a big vortex actually, but the background stars. This is basically the Milky Way coming down, shooting down, because that's all the pairing that's come out of here. Shoots down to feed the sun, the ecliptic plane from this end. And this is rising up off the Arctic, which this here is actually part of the big overall, this big field here, because one big rising field. Okay, so it's like they're called the background stars. They're all coming up like this. while this Milky Way flows in from the top. And then we come to this here, because our whole realm is about female, male and female, friction. The male and the female. You've got the female here, we'll stand that way, and the male coming up. And you have to look at it two ways, because creation is opposite to the physical world. So we have creation working this way, where the field is coming out of the tropics down into the sun this way. And we don't see that, but in the physical world it's flipped out the other way. It's all blown out from a hyperboloid, right? A torus is an expression of the hyperboloid. It's expressed out. Take it over, just flip it straight over. This is what we get. Earthly. The female coming downward, shooting down the tropics, down there, and the other one coming up. Like this. And it's the friction that creates life. We know that, don't we?
Oh, Judy said, is this sex education?
That's it. It's considered females and the daughters coming up to the sun, creating the sun to feed the main house, the main entity in here, the sun, the actual sun. So there's another way to look at it like this, because it's coming out of the southern hemisphere to the Tropic of Capricorn, comes out of the north.
Swedge
Tropic of
out
Cancer. We can look at it that way. So you've got this force inside here, which is the strong force in the centre, and now you've got the weaker force in the southern hemisphere. Okay? Pairing is equilibrium, which is rest,
Dora.
which is the inertial.
Don't know what she means.
Let's go. Inertial. They have an I there, something like that. equals the plane of Earth. Plane of Earth. Fixed and stationary. Earth fixed and stationary. All the action is around the horizon. Earth is in here. We see all this movement in the ecliptic plane. Then you've got the background stars. Now, there's a Nobel Prize in here for someone, if they can explain that, if they can prove this. If you have a big enough magnet in your Gauss meter or something, maybe other ways of doing it, but this is the strong force. It comes around, loops around, twice action, then comes back out, goes like this. It's a central vortex, strong point. Now, so this is like a cup, and there's another cup in there. And the Vatican put out a paper a couple of years ago, I noticed it. It said something about the Holy Grail being 2 cups. Well, there's 2 cups. I think they're referring to people who know the system. You have the Holy Grail. I mean, what does Grail mean? We've got holy to do with the black hole. It's the hole that's created. Holy Grail. There's
I
2
don't
cups.
think it
And
means what you
describes
think
one
it
that way and
means.
one the other way. 2 cups, one opposite.
No.
And if you see my model, I've produced a model in my earlier videos, same thing. Understand the magnetic field.
I don't think he's going to pick up a Nobel Prize.
You need to understand that, ignore what science is telling you.
No.
The overall forces, energy, are the same, but one's a crunch point, choke point, stronger, weak force. Understand the whole system works on the dual system of a weak force rushing to the strong force rushing to the weak force. At the meeting point,
That's a good
lot of them
idea,
finding
Jack.
balance. Then call them whatever you want, electrons, whatever. Finding balance, creating that. Now, man was created in the eye of God or something similar to God, I can't remember the phrase now. And why it's connected with Earth. Earth is creation, God is creation. So let's have a look at this Earth. There's a tropical gap, right? Well, that field comes down like this and goes around into there like that. This comes down, avoids that and goes around like that. Then what do? You've got a
You just figuring this
Opposite.
out, Mark.
You got yourself a mouth, haven't you? There's the lips. What have you got over here? You've got the 2 fields coming out.
Tea time.
Here's man's eyes. There's his eyes.
I got
There's
a
his mouth.
delivery, I'm lucky.
And what do you got down here? You got they talk about the pig and the pig or the sometimes you can draw it. It's it looks like the bull.
That's
Something like that.
pareidolia, Fred.
Which like that. And then what do you got out here? You got ears. Why have we got ears out here? Because that's the black hole. The black hole's an amplifier. The sounds come out of the black hole. There's the black hole. The sun has all the frequencies. The black hole is an amplifier. You know what a trumpet looks like? It's a black hole. The noise comes out. Sun's on the horizon with all the frequencies, all the notes. Same thing. This is what Earth, this circle here, I'm not quite sure how that comes about, but there's the two breathing in, breathing up. There's a helix, there's a dual system going on. So maybe you go to some sort of system like this again, and then like that, like that, like that, maybe. Breathing up, maybe not.
Maybe, could be.
But that's basically what it is, everyone. There's your ears, eyes, nose, mouth. It's all about the human head. That's why they talk about all this gory stuff, chopping off your head and all that. Executions, take off your head, because that's where all the knowledge is. And all the sacking of Troy. This is Troy. The gap, there's Troy, that gap. This is the Trojan War. This is war. During the day, the sun is at war.
Jeez, you can stretch it
At
from
night,
one thing to
the
another.
human mind, the pineal gland is at war, basically. They call this war because it's a word they use even in science. What do they call it? Something tragic. You know, and it's associated with the war, the battle. Forgot about that, but I've got all that on my phone, but you know, all the information I've got on my phone. It's far too much to put into one video. So yeah. So there's the sacking, you see, off with your head. This is to do with the divine awakening of man too, the crossing of the sun's analemma. There's the equinox. It's the 6th of September. I'm doing videos on that. Understanding the black hole, it's two systems, 1 and 2. And an outer, male, the sun, see? Sun must be right in here like that, creates the baby. The baby figure, one camera. I've got 2 cameras filming this. Because I bought a new camera and I've never been able to download the actual video I wanted. So in case it didn't work this time, I've got the P19 on hand, and the P19's got another 6 minutes to go. So I might as well stop now. Okay? Or shall I? I think I've got it all out. So the magnetic field is not what science tells you. The magnetic field is outside, around the Earth. Around the Earth, and we see the stars moving in it, around it. We're on a plane of inertia. We all fall back to the plane of inertia. We have to fall back to that point. There's just nothing to stop us. We just have to fall back. Don't fall out off the state of rest. And understanding what's coming up through the Earth. This energy field that comes up through the Earth. And I'm saying that this water is the fresh water that comes all the way from the Arctic, flows under the ground. Coming up to the tropics here, the energy, the friction is created. Doing something, it's getting right into physics like electrons and stuff. Call it whatever you want. But you know, there's the flat Earth model, you can't deny that. You've seen this, these patterns in traditional art, the Maoris, tattoos on his nose, this sort of thing. You've seen this stuff here in the natives of America. Might have even seen this sort of thing in the Aborigines in Australia. I'll have to have a look into that. Feel like I've seen it before. But there's the biggie, understanding the magnetic field of a magnet to start with. And I just recently saw a flat Earth video, and that idiot there was telling us you move in a straight line when you travel across Earth, laughing that we're saying it's curved. Oh, it's all over science.
So you travel in a curve, do you?
Okay. If you don't get that, you'll never get anything. You'll never get gravity at all. I'm pretty sure that was pretty basic, pretty simple, easy to understand. So if someone wants to know what gravity is, show them this
what
video.
is it? What is it?
I'm bang on.
You haven't even touched on it yet.
Nope. So
Surely,
he just spent nearly 24 minutes not talking about gravity.
Hmm.
yeah. My question is, does not the native peoples of the southern hemisphere look to the south and
Ye-
everything circling around the South Pole for their
Yes.
shit that goes on with what happens in the sky.
Yes.
Traditionally, because you'd think people would look in the direction that everything's going round.
No, they're all sitting there saying, "Why can't we see the what's going around the North Pole?"
I'm
Madness,
sorry,
absolute
Peanuts.
madness.
So gravity is something about pigs eating magnets. Mark, Swedger.
He's not got the hang of this, has he? Imagine like it's popping back home to see your parents, and you try not to swear in front of them.
Yeah.
Even I fail at that.
I think my daughter is terrible at that.
I don't think your daughter makes any effort at all, does she?
No.
She will do once the kids get to a certain age.
Yeah.
Either that or she's going to get it thrown back at her. If you don't want your kids to swear, don't swear in front of them.
I think he did do a video about two celestial poles, but I think his explanation was just a reflection of the North Pole. Even though it was projected,
that sounds about right.
even though it was a projection in the first place. Yeah, we have personal domes, that's it. Everyone's got their personal dome.
Oh, I've mislaid mine then.
I was hoping I'd have a bit of a debate to play, but there's not one at all.
No, the last few days it's been very quiet.
Unless there's another one somewhere else that I haven't got.
Let me just have a quick review of the last few days in my stream. There's Mr. Hawkins just getting angry at everybody all the time.
Yeah.
Blah 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 blah. No, there hasn't been.
Blue had a stream the other night, but didn't really do much.
No, but there's not been any. There's not been any debates. Christ, I follow too many YouTube channels.
Yeah, I'm looking all over the place, but I can't see.
I wish YouTube would allow you to have some sort of method to organize the list of channels that you're subscribed to.
Yeah.
Rather than it just being random.
Well, mine's alphabetical order. It shows me all the ones that are currently live, and then when you click on the show 327 more, they're in alphabetical order.
No, that's an
Mine aren't.
Play later.
Oh.
We'll grab that later, my mum.
I can't figure out how to make it do it in alphabetical order. I would be happy with that.
Just trying to see if there's a setting somewhere.
Yeah, alphabetical order would be better than nothing. And it's not even ordered with any sort of popularity of when I might have watched that channel once, or how much I've watched.
Mine tends to keep sticking the ones I go to most often up at the top. But then it just goes into random order. Or maybe it's doing it by that method all the time.
Who's this guy? Flat Earth Philosophy. Heard
Lindsay.
of that name somewhere.
Whitsett did do a live stream earlier where he derped a hell of a lot about the ether.
Oh,
But
dear.
that'd be just like listening to Lindsay all over again. So I wouldn't want to do that.
Have you
So
heard
who's
of
he
flat,
actually-
have you heard of flat Earth
Oh.
philosophy?
That's Lindsay.
That's Lindsay.
Well, he's commented on one of my videos then.
Oh,
He said, I cannot
so
cannot talk in a comatose zombie language, sorry. I have seen you and your thick mates in slow action, yawn, yawn. That's the best he can
Oh,
come
bless.
up with. Oh, at least,
Probably
at
because-
least he's made a comment and he's recognising that we're playing him.
I was going to say, probably because of all the Lindsay speed comments we make.
uh,
I can't find anywhere where I would have selected a setting to show all of my subscriptions in alphabetical order. So maybe I'm just lucky.
I knew I didn't like you for some reason. Now I've got one.
How? Because I remember it at some point. I can't remember when. It's going back a while. It was like, well, why can't I at least have them in alphabetical order? And now I have, and I'm sure it's not
well,
anything that
how'd you
I've
do it?
changed. Yeah, well, I'm going through all the settings, the advanced settings, everything, and I just can't find anywhere where you'd go, duh. Please let me at least have. Well, it's like bloody Twitter. You know, it keeps resetting itself, and it's like, why am I seeing tweets from 3 days ago? Yeah, I want to see things in chronological order. Facebook does the same thing. Don't show me what you think of the top posts. Just show me who's posting what in, you know, I want to see most recent first. Because why would you have anything else? No, I can't find any setting where I could change
Timbo said there's some add-ons you can get to manage your subscriptions.
that. I don't think I've got any add-ons. Hang on, let me have a look.
You know, you know that chronological order of posts. I always want to see it in the order it was posted in. If I'm going to read through a thread,
Yeah.
Not after scroll to the bottom and then read it backwards. Mark, it'll be Humans of Earth will be at the top because it's live all of the time. And they put channels that you're sub to that are live at the top with the little red blob next to it.
Who are you, Paul? Do you have a name today?
Oh yeah, I do. Clive got it early on, even without a clue.
Yeah, you missed out on it, Blue.
Lawrence.
Oh,
I shall fill it in.
I'll see if I've still got the clue. Okay, today's scientist was a joint Nobel Prize winner for his theory of electromagnetic radiation. He was the most famous for deriving the transformations that are the basis for Einstein's general and special theories of relativity. He is H something L.
I would have gotten that one.
You would have?
Yeah,
What is it then?
Yes. Henrik Lorentz.
Yeah, he won the Nobel Prize with Peter Zeeman.
You've heard of the Lorentz transforms?
Certainly
Yeah.
have.
The Lorentz contraction.
Yeah, Lorentz contraction.
5 wells. Using the clue seems like cheating to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you got it without even the clue, Clive, so.
Yeah.
Here's an
Ah,
example of how to organise your subscribe channels. Stewie just popped something out for you.
maybe that's how I did it. If you've got your YouTube page open,
Hmm.
click on subscriptions on the left, and that will show you. Like I've got to date, and it's got all of the, everything from everything I've subscribed to that's come up to date. Top right, you'll see a blue word that says manage.
Yes, I do see that.
If you click on that, it will show you all of your subscriptions, and it should show them in alphabetical order.
Right.
Now, when you click back to subscriptions, does your subscription list now appear in alphabetical order on the left-hand side?
No.
That's the only thing I can think of.
That's one way of finding your favourite one if you want to go through it alphabetically that way. But when you go back, it doesn't do anything.
Has it not?
Not on mine, anyway. Okay.
Well, I don't know how I did it to mine then, because mine is most definitely alphabetical order.
Yeah, I can't see anything advanced or notifications, privacy, connected apps, billing, payments, advanced settings. Nothing in there.
Oh well.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, now I'm intrigued as to how I got mine in the right order.
Well, I suppose I'll go and set up for something. Oh.
Yeah.
Whatever should we do next?
I'm doing it. This will be a familiar sound. How many
Chewy
handfuls?
wants a beer bottle quiz.
Well, that's all we got for now.
Oh, that's interesting. I was just looking up the question under YouTube help, and somebody here has said, I changed it on Android and it carried over to the web version.
Aha. Okay.
It was initially showing by activity first, so it was two separate alphabetical lists. I switched it to A to Z, and it's entirely alphabetical now. Oh,
Interesting.
interesting.
So on your phone, maybe somewhere.
Well, let's just have a look. Subscriptions.
Fred and Clive apparently want more Lindsay.
Really?
Right. Right.
Yeah. Two of your more masochistic supporters out there.
If anybody's got YouTube on an Android phone, if you open up YouTube and go to subscriptions, and then near the top it will list the first few and then say all. If you press on all, it then has a list of all of your subscriptions, and top left you get a choice of most relevant, new activity, or A to Z.
Right.
It might be worth setting it to A to Z and then see if that carries over from the YouTube on your phone to the YouTube on your web page, because that's what this person was suggesting had happened to them, that they set it up to A to Z on their phone, and that setting somehow carried across to where they're signed into YouTube on their PC.
Okay, so I'll go to
I'm not saying it's going to work, but it's worth a stab.
Yeah, manage, yeah. Manage.
Yeah, well, over on the left-hand side, you should see either most relevant, new activity, or A to Z. It's a little drop-down menu with three options.
A to Z.
Select A to Z, and it will show you all of your,
Done. Yeah, all alphabetical now there. Okay, and then what? Just go out, just leave that, and then go back to your.
Yeah.
Go back. Okay, try that.
Because actually, I can try that. I can set it away from that. Let's put it to new activity.
No,
and then refresh
I've still
my
got
YouTube here.
Still got normal over there. I thought it might have linked back over to here.
Yeah.
But manage
Well,
doesn't give you that option over there. Interesting.
Oh well.
Clive has it solved. Clive said NASA has an extension that allows you to manage your subscriptions. Ask Karen in YouTube services for correct permissions. Oh, Jesus.
Karen.
Yeah. I noticed Heatshield asked him if that's supposed to be public yet. But Clive is sure we've all been vetted and that Gary's left.
Well, the solution would be to delete all of your subscriptions except for one, and then that one remaining one will be in alphabetical order.
or only have 26 subscriptions, and they all got to start with a different letter.
Yeah, I don't know.
No, I haven't been to the vet in ages either.
No, neither have I. I mean, I've never been.
Oh, I've been to the vet. Weren't there to see me though.
I know my son spent a lot of money at the vet for his cats.
Yeah, mine don't get money spent on them.
I know I once spent a shit ton of money on my daughter's pet bloody small furry rodent from South America. Chinchilla.
Oh yeah, chinchilla. Yeah. Can you eat them?
I believe they do in South America.
Yeah, makes sense.
Although I believe they harvest the hair to make very high quality wool.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently it has a lot of loft or something.
Fair enough.
Oh,
mate.
And they certainly have a lot of the bloody stuff.
Thought they made coats out of them.
Yeah. Not the pelts, but literally from harvesting the shed hair and turning it into.
If they're only little, it'd take a lot of them to make a coat.
Could probably do that. My bloody cat, the downstairs one, Bubble. I mean, she's just constantly leaving black hair behind.
Yeah. Yeah. This one was white hair everywhere.
Mm.
Of course, that was the third chinchilla we had. Because Rosie got given a pair of same-sex chinchillas.
Hmm.
And then we had 3.
Yeah, so much for the same sex.
Yeah, they wouldn't get very far.
And we ended up having to have them in 3 separate cages because the baby was male, but the older one wasn't having it.
Right.
Oh, do you want some questions of a sort?
Yeah, why not?
How good are you with your books, Farmer?
Well, it depends which books.
Okay, who wrote the classic book Cloud Street?
Oh, that would be one of those classics I've never heard of then. Cloud Street? What bloody hell's that?
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, but I end up these days just rereading books that I've already read before. Farmers would appreciate what I've just started.
Broadsword calling Danny boy. Oh, well, I downloaded the theme, the opening theme to that because it's just
So good.
so good. Yeah. Sorry, what book was that again? No. Yeah, I know what yours was. No.
No, that's the easy. That's the
Cloud what?
Cloud Street.
It
It wasn't Rick Mail.
No, definitely not. Oh, that bloody camera's turned that off. Oxygen.
It was sort of working.
Yeah, well, we'll have to look into that.
No, I don't think anyone's going to get it.
I've never heard of it.
Neither do I. What about you, Paul?
It's vaguely familiar.
Vaguely
I
familiar.
know what it's about, but I can't remember the author.
Okay.
It's about 2 working class families. I remember that much, but I can't remember the author.
Initials TW. Does that help?
Tim Winton.
There we go. Look at that.
Who? Never heard of him.
Paul had. What Japanese soup is made from fermented soybeans? I think we've had that one before.
There's only one I can think of.
Dora's given an answer. Timbo
Yeah.
Turtle's given an answer.
That's the only one I could think of. My knowledge on Japanese soups is shallow. NATO. NATO soup.
I think I've had this one before too. Which shoe company takes its name from a Greek goddess?
Well, it ain't Clark's.
Yeah, that's right, Alan.
Yeah.
And Dora.
And I thought that was the name of a missile.
Well, it is.
I know.
Who's feeding back?
Alan.
It's usually Alan.
That's usually Alan. Can't read that one.
Don't see me lighting up.
It is you, Alan.
Okay. Does anyone know who Rihanna is?
Vaguely.
Yeah, what country was Rihanna born?
No idea. She's one of these nebulous little tarts that thinks she can sing.
Okay.
Yeah. Dora says Jamaica. I'm going with Dora.
Oh, we're going to Jamaica. Cool.
No, it's not Jamaica. But I think you're on the right track in a way. No, not US. Dora got it. Dora got it. Dora
Well-
beat you.
My wife went on holiday to the West Indies.
Jamaica.
No, she went of her own accord.
Yeah.
Ba-dum-dum. Oh dear, oh dear.
Okay. Traditionally, what colour is the zero on a roulette wheel?
I don't know. I don't play roulette.
No, neither do I.
Oh, bugger. I did that in the wrong place, didn't I?
Yeah,
That's
you
not a
did,
colour.
Alan. Dora copied you. That Timberto went black then green. Hey, you can't have two answers.
The wheel was spinning. He got confused.
So I can't. Well, I'll put Alan and oh, hate that. That goes right through my ear.
Yeah.
I object to having to put these on.
I won't listen to things any other way.
Your objection is noted, Alan.
In fact, if
Okay.
I'm up here watching a film, then I'll quite often put my headphones on because it's just a better sound than the speakers.
I object to your objection.
Okay, what colour is the middle stripe on the German flag?
Is it that one? God, I can't remember.
No, no,
The German stuff I'm
No.
used to looking at doesn't have that flag on it.
no. All no so far.
Hang on, let me.
Someone in the peanuts got it. No.
Quick picture of a German flag on a tank.
I'm getting the right answer
No.
out in the peanuts.
Oh, I can't remember.
Yes, Paul, it is.
I think I
That
put one too many E's.
Yeah, that's okay. I got it. Yeah. So whoever said red?
What flag? They're always crosses. What are you on about?
I think Timbo was first out there for red with question mark.
Is it Vulcan Clears?
Or was it Timbo Turtle? I think Timbo Turtle. Where's all the science questions? Oh, this is a
You
really
haven't drank
hard.
those ones yet.
This is a really hard one for you, Farmer. What kind of vehicle are
Okay.
Vespers?
Oh, no,
No.
I'm not even going to write it
Yeah,
down.
I didn't think it'd be worth even answering that one.
See things.
Any
Bloody
good at, any
hairdryers
good
on
at
wheels.
tennis?
Nope.
Somebody in the Peanuts, maybe. Which Grand Slam did Sam Stauser win in 2011? I think it's
Never heard of him.
I think it's Stauser. I'm reading it wrong.
Look, if you mention Grand Slam to me, I just think of Barnes Wallace.
Yeah.
Well, if anyone
Same
gets
here,
if
mate.
anyone gets
But,
that right, good luck to them.
I'm pretty sure I've just sent you the right answer, haven't
Wrong
'Cause I'm
wrong
sure we had-
continent, wrong country, and wrong continent, Dora. And Alan. Oh, Paul got it right, I think. If Paul put it as that. Close enough. It's US Open. I'll know to discard the tennis questions next time. Cyclops and Beast are part of which superhero group?
That will be those ones.
Them.
Those ones, yeah.
Them, yeah.
Let's see if the Peanuts.
Oh, Dora's on it today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go sleep off the rest of my vodka. Apparently, Liz didn't cure me, mate. Have a good one.
And you, Zebulon.
The X-Men, obviously, for that one.
Maybe you just needed more vodka. I don't know.
Mm.
It's worth a go.
What is the official language of Cuba?
Wow.
That should be pretty easy, shouldn't it?
That one?
Oh,
Yeah, that's too
I've
easy.
just done it again, haven't I?
That's too easy. All
Yeah,
those
but
ones.
hey, it don't matter.
Too easy, that one. You've all got that one straight off.
Yeah, they all speak Cuban. Come on.
Cuban, of course.
Yeah, Cuban.
Blimey. They're all Cubists.
Okay, geography type question. Which major river runs through Budapest and Vienna? Geography.
Is it that one?
Yeah.
Is there a color
Yeah.
associated with this?
Yeah, and it lies because it's not.
Yeah.
Show
What's
me
that
a river
about?
that's actually that colour.
Oh, in English, yes. Yes, please, Dora.
Oh, is she getting smart?
Yeah.
Mm,
Eh.
mm.
I've seen a green one.
What a
Well, I
Danube.
suppose it sounds better than the brown and grubby Danube waltz.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't want to swim in this Danube waltz.
The septic effluent waltz.
Oh, don't. You should see the state of some of our beaches at the moment. Good grief. Treat the sewage? No, we just pump it straight into the sea. Look.
They dye the Chicago River green. It's like
Ew.
Patty today.
Oh.
That's weird looking.
Apparently, that's a bit of a problem over here at the moment because everything's been so hot and dry. They're getting lots of big algae blooms. And I was just reading something this morning about one of the lakes up in the Lake District. I think it might actually be Windermere is turning green.
Mm.
Ew.
Mm. Is that one of your freshwater drinking supply lakes?
No,
No.
that one isn't. The reservoirs are getting to the point. There's another famous one up north whose name eludes me. When they created it, I think in the 20s, they had to like empty this village because the village was going to get flooded. You can go back and visit it now
Okay.
because the water
I
levels
think-
drop so much you can actually walk around what's left of the village.
That was the one in Derbyshire.
I think, yeah.
There's Haweswater in the Lake District. That's a big reservoir, and also Thirlmere is a big reservoir.
Yeah, our Thirlmere here used to have a lake, but it disappeared.
Hmm.
It actually did disappear. It's not there anymore for some
Yeah.
weird reason.
Yeah, I think Haweswater's got some buried villages. Oh, sorry, flooded villages as well.
Oh, here I just found the one I'm on about. Scar House Reservoir in Nidderdale, North Yorkshire. You can now walk around what's left of the village.
Would anyone be home?
No. Village was last seen in August 1995 when we had another dry spell.
Okay, we've got a space one.
Pigs in space.
Okay, which planet in our solar system has the most moons?
Ooh.
No, Alan. Yes, Paul. Yes, Farmer.
Yeah.
No, Blue.
What about all those things that you can see around that planet I mentioned?
They're not moons.
It has to be Earth, because what about all those teenage boys that do moons out the bus windows?
Who sent
Yes.
Jupiter first out there? Was it Kia? No. Yeah. Kia? No.
Oh, that's interesting.
That door said
I've just-
that's no moon.
Yeah, that's no moon.
That's no moon.
I'm
We-
not sure
we-
the age of your bottle caps.
Oh,
but I
you were
think
kidding,
find
were
that
you now, Blue?
Saturn has overtaken Jupiter.
Oddly, we were ripping into a supposed flat Earth professional photographer from
What's
South
that?
Australia over on MC Toon's Discord,
Mm-hmm.
and I couldn't believe it. On his website, one of the photographs is three youngish people standing looking over some high up viewpoint with their asses hanging out.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, that's what I thought. It was like, I think he was going for the Australian woo market, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
You know how I said I don't like to get doubles? Guess what the next question
Yeah.
is?
Which one did we just have?
The one with the most moons.
There you go.
That's random, wasn't it? I just
Well,
laid
it
them out
just
in order.
Actually, Saturn is right.
yeah, it is now.
Yeah.
So I can ring up the people that do these and tell them they're wrong.
Yeah.
That's very recent, though.
Oh, okay.
I think. They keep finding new ones all the damn time.
Yeah.
Some of them are tiny.
What is the most malleable metal?
Water.
Malleable.
Water. No, 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 no,
Oh God, it's not.
No.
It's not something silly like that, is it?
no,
Um.
no, no, no. Oh, what temperature? It's getting technical now.
Well, yeah.
Alan got it in his second try. It's more obvious than what you think.
Whatever the Japanese used to make cross-headed screws out of on their motorbikes. Oh, don't you? Oh, it's got already.
That's so simple.
I tell you what, I wish they'd make the aluminium cylinder blocks a little tougher as well.
Yeah.
Well, put it this way: it'd be very rare to have this element on your motorbike. You might find it in a computer, but you won't find it on a motorbike.
I bet you would, Terry.
Yes, farmer. Now you've got it. And Kia no out in the peanuts.
I bet
Yeah,
you
absolutely
will
right.
find it on a motorbike.
I have none of that. I'm fairly certain. If there's any of that, on my motorbike is trace elements in the electric somewhere or something.
Well, yeah, because you're going to have gold-plated connectors somewhere, aren't you? You're bound to.
Well, what, on a 1996 motorbike?
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
not.
what I was thinking.
I'm fairly certain isn't going to run again this year.
Oh, here's a Lindsay question. What are the two
Hey,
ends of a magnet called?
Farmers, read out Dora's last post, please.
Right.
Okay, hang on a minute. Hang on. La la la. But Mercury is horizontal. Do you know, they were going for over 7 hours
And
yesterday.
Timbo's saying Mercury is more malleable than gold.
No, it's not.
It's about malleable. It's liquid.
Yes. Malleable. Yeah, right.
Look at this water. Look how malleable it is.
I think we've had this one before. Where did deep fried Mars bars start from?
Yeah.
Sorry, Paul?
Mark buys are the strong on the weekends. He actually learnt something from Lindsay.
Yeah.
Now you're just going to have to unlearn it.
Yeah.
That's always a problem watching Lindsay.
Did anyone remember where deep fried Mars bars come from?
Yes.
Wee Jilly Jocko Land.
Apple is horizontal.
Not allowed to use the word flat anymore. He doesn't want people to use the word flat to describe anything.
Yeah, come from there, Alan and Paul. Anyone out there? Did anyone out there actually hear it?
Need to be able to measure something.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The reason why Japanese screws bugger up so easily is that they are neither posi drive nor Phillips. Are they?
Yeah. They're a different standard.
They're Japanese industry.
Yeah.
That's why the new tool set I've got is full of J series bits.
Yes. Yes, I think I've got them as well. Yes, truth nerds. They have indeed banned the word earther. And I dropped in and out of their stream yesterday, and I when I dropped in it at some point, sort of quite late on, Bev was sort of saying how they need to stop using the word flat.
Oh, I didn't realise it was jizz.
Could you pass me that jizz screwdriver, please? You're what? A what now?
How good are your films?
Well, it
Well, we're
depends
about
on
to find out, aren't we?
depends on the genre.
Okay, who played Ray Charles in the film Ray?
Oh, God! I could picture the actor off his fucking name. No, I suppose I'd remembered if I'd actually watched the film. I could picture the chap. I just can't remember his bloody name.
No, Alan. Arnold Schwarzenegger.
No.
Not Joaquin Phoenix.
That's it. That's the one.
You got it now?
No, I'm not going to bother typing it in because that's cheating.
Yeah. Kia got it right.
Yeah, Jamie Foxx. Just couldn't remember his name. I could picture him.
Yeah.
Danny DeVito.
What? Danny DeVito?
Danny DeVito's Ray Charles. I'd love to see that.
That'd be different. Okay, what about a soccer question?
How about not?
No good to you?
Not to me, no.
No, not really. Probably not.
I'll give the Peanuts a go.
Norwich City.
Yeah, I'll give the Peanuts a go. What country won the 2018 FIFA World Cup? See if any of them know that.
Remember the last time they held the World Cup here, the guys in the office were most disgusted that I wasn't going to watch any of it. But it's the World Cup. I said, I don't care what it is. I don't.
Right continent, Alan, but you're too far west.
Yeah, I don't like football. Why does it being the World Cup make any difference? I can't stand bloody football. I'm not going to watch it. It's like when we held the Olympics over here. I was bloody sick of it by the time it actually happened. We were banging on about it for so long. I said, but it's the Olympics. I said, look, it's bloody athletics. I might as well. I'd be better off watching paint dry.
Oh, look at that. See, Kia knew where it was. France.
Too far east then, Terry, not too far west. France is west of Germany.
Yes. I said you were...
You said I was too far west. Yeah.
Oh, I meant to say you're too far east. Yeah, sorry.
Hey, you're still better at geography than Brian Leakey.
Yeah. We don't want to know what the main ingredient of black pudding is, so we'll skip that one.
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah, I know.
I've got that.
That's why I said I'd skip that one.
Sawdust.
Oh, I reckon Paul will get this one straight away. Ready, Paul?
Now you jinxed me.
No pressure.
Yeah, no pressure, Paul. Chemical symbol for potassium. Wow,
Did I get it
it
right?
came through that quick. I didn't get a chance to look up at it. Yeah, Alan didn't get it though. Paul and Blue got that one, and Kia got that one out there too. Dora put NA.
Whatever happened to NA? I haven't seen him in ages.
Yeah, I hadn't heard from NA for a long time.
Okay. So every teenager is a chemist. Okay.
Okay.
Or KK, as my eldest used to type in instead of OK.
Okay, we'll go by the demographic of the Peanuts for this question. We'll know who's the oldest and youngest. What company produced the Xbox game console? Come on, game
Which
nerds.
one was Xbox? No, I was a PlayStation man
Oh,
myself.
there we go, Alan. Alan's a nerd. Timbo Turtle got it wrong.
Yeah. No, that's PlayStation, Timbo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A big blue put Nintendo. uh, I used to have the Nintendo with the extra thing it added to the cartridge, and you could, it was like a cheat thing.
Not like the ZX81 with the 16K RAM pack plugged in the back. Remember my mate getting one of them.
I had a Spectrum Plus.
Oh yes, I remember when he upgraded to the Spectrum. Like, this has actually got a proper keyboard look. Because ZX81 was just a flat, touch-sensitive thing, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, the original Spectrum was the chiclet keys, though, wasn't it? It wasn't a proper keyboard.
Yeah, well, yeah, but you actually had keys rather than just pressing a piece of plastic.
The Spectrum Plus had actual keys that went up and down,
Yeah.
hard topped ones.
The Ottoman Empire was based in which modern day country?
Wasn't it round there?
Gobble gobble?
Yeah.
Gobble gobble.
Gobble gobble.
Yeah, truth nerds, Mark. Yeah, they all got that one. That must have been too easy for you. I should have counted how many I've had.
Well, technically all of them.
We'll go by the time, how long we've been going. I mean, I don't get no pictures or clues with them like Paul does. So
No.
there's not hard enough ones to do that.
You could hold up the bottle caps.
Okay, I'll do that.
He's going to hold it up there without turning the camera.
There you go. Look,
I'm holding it up.
Yeah, hold it up. There you go.
Hold it up.
Okay, how about your human anatomy?
Oh, well.
Hmm?
Could be.
How many chambers does a human heart have?
36.
Blimey.
Oh, Blue was first in here. Everyone else in here got it right. No Kia, no Mark. What's Timbo going? 4, 5, 2, 1.
Percentage.
8, 6. What?
Well, he went percentage first.
Truth Nerve saying 2 chambers, 4 valves.
Dora was expecting teeth.
Mark said I meant 4 fat fingers. Okay. So 4. Whoever said 4.
The only time we can say 4.
Yeah. I'll let you off that time.
Oh, it's just very, very generous of him.
I mean, I could have timed him out for saying 4, but that wouldn't be cricket, would it?
No.
In which sea are the Cayman Islands? A lot of geography questions today. Oh, there. Okay. I wonder if there's any pirates in this area. Yes, Alan.
No, they're all over at Somalia.
Yeah, but that's the clue. I wonder if there's any pirates. Pirates of the.
English Channel.
Indian Ocean.
Oh yeah. The heart may not be a pump. PJC Net 2022.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the heart might not
Oh
be a
my
pump.
God.
Right. What is it then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's not a pump, what the bloody hell is it? It ain't your spleen.
Did he
No,
say
not the
may not be a
Fabricos,
pump or is
not-
not be a pump?
Not Pen.
I thought he
Penzance.
actually said that it wasn't a pump.
Did you see the
Yeah, so
clue?
did I.
Pirates. There might be pirates there.
Yeah, Penzance.
Oh,
You're absolutely
Pirates
right.
of
Yeah,
Penzance, yeah.
Pirates of
Oh,
Penzance.
okay. Is anyone going to actually spell it closer than? Well, Timbo
Timbo
put the
spelt it
Caribbean
correct.
Sea. Yeah, that'll be about
It's
the
one R and
closest
two
answer.
B's, isn't it?
Oh, Alan got it right in here first. At least you spelt it fairly correctly, Palmer. You get
Well,
an extra point
you know.
for that.
Well, it is how it's spelled, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. One R,
Yeah,
two
but
B's.
I didn't spell it anywhere near correctly.
Yeah,
No,
but if you
no.
read it out loud, it probably reads okay, doesn't it?
I have too many R's, too many I's, and not enough E's.
Cariban. Is that how you spelled it?
No, CARRIBIAN.
Oh,
Caribbean.
okay, yeah.
It's Caribbean, not Caribbean.
Yeah, but like I said, if you read it out loud, it probably still sounds about right.
Yeah,
Even if
exactly.
the letters are a bit, you know.
Who famously sailed on the Beagle?
And lots of people unfamously sailed on it too.
Hmm. Who was first?
Oh,
Who got
something's
it
got a
first in
nice
here?
howl going around the track. That sounds rather nice.
Farmer did. Okay. And Alan.
There's
And Paul.
there's currently an RAF squadron on deployment in
Dora out there. Yeah,
the-
Dora got there first out there.
in the Northern Territory city named after this person.
All right.
A huge multi-country exercise.
Okay, we've got a famous Australian here that everyone should know, even though you weren't from this country.
Okay.
In which town did Ned Kelly make his last stand?
I don't know.
You should know about Ned Kelly.
No. Look, I've only got so much read-only memory in my head.
And you don't remember us doing this at all at one time on the show about this person?
No,
Wait.
that's been deleted and replaced with
Other, yeah, okay.
Other
probably
crap.
something about
Okay.
tanks.
Mhm.
I'm
I mean,
guessing.
I'm in the right state, aren't I, Terry?
Yeah, and you got the first letter right.
Worcester.
It starts with
Ipswich.
the G.
Oh, I might be going to
Starts with
Ipswich
the
next
G,
week.
Peanuts. Tucson. Have we got a Tucson over here?
No, we got one over here.
Oh, okay.
And there had to be at least one guy named Ned Kelly from Tucson. So fuck it, I win. Whoops. Where's your?
Timbo Turtle's getting technical again.
Yeah, had to add a bit extra. Well, he wouldn't
Yes,
call
the
him.
last place
I
where-
wouldn't call him a normal criminal as such.
Was he a smooth criminal?
It was more like a Robin Hood. Rob from the rich.
Clive says, Clive says a criminal for Australia. That really narrows it down.
Yeah, it does. Good one, Clive.
Oh dear.
You get an extra point for that one.
Yeah, but when the emus won,
Hey, blame the army. Blame the army for that one. Hey, you got one bullet and one gun. Go and get rid of all the emus. Yeah, right.
Yeah, and wasn't it a Lewis gun they gave him?
Yeah, I know, but that's like basically just here, one gun, couple of bullets, off you go.
Yeah, couple of bullets for a machine gun.
Yeah.
One machine gun.
Yeah, a machine gun with one bullet.
Be better off trying just to clatter him over the head with it, you know. Especially with the Lewis. Not exactly lightweight.
Mount Everest South Base Camp is in which country? Yep. Alan got that quick. Blue. Paul. Waiting on Farmer.
Oh, what? Sorry, I was busy looking at something on the other screen.
Oh, was it work related? I'll let you off.
On a Saturday, you're having a laugh, ain't you? I might do a bit on Monday actually, because by Monday I'll probably be bored. Got to fill in my time until they light blue touch paper.
Who was first out there? Oh, Truth Nerd was. And who was first in here?
Yeah, Nipple.
Alan was.
In that famous country of Nipple.
Yes, and it's interesting how technically soldiers from that country serving a foreign power are not considered to be mercenaries.
True. Because technically that they would be.
Okay, I'll make this a two-parter. The
Okay.
answer and who had one. What was the name of Sony's first portable CD player? And who had one?
Can't remember. Because I'm sure we've had this before.
No, Alan. I thought you'd answer it that way, but it's not that.
Oh, that does sound good.
So it must be that then.
Yeah. Yeah. Truth Nerd's got it out there first too. And who had one?
Don't think my one was a Sony one.
Yeah, Mark had one. Doesn't say what year though, but that'd have been handy to have known in part of the question too.
That would have been late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah.
Because those CDs were out. CDs were out a long time before they managed to get a CD player that you could jog around without it jumping.
Yes.
That's why the Walkman was so popular for so long.
Yeah.
I'm sure I got my first CD player, and I still have the first CD I bought for it in 1987.
Wow.
That was Iron Maiden, Seventh Son of a Seventh Son.
Because that's also why it took a long time for CDs to get into cars, wasn't it? Because even cars moved around a lot for a CD player.
Yeah.
Initially.
Yeah. I reckon that must be the historic Formula 2 cars from the way they're howling.
Can't hear a thing.
No, it is. Yeah, even I know my microphone picks up a lot. It won't be picking up that, but it is, to me, it's still quite loud, even through my headphones. But it's got that howl of it must be the Formula 2s.
I think we've had this one before too. What kind of meat is in a Reuben sandwich? I've never heard of it.
I remember the question, but I don't remember the answer.
The answer, yeah.
No.
I'll see if anyone remembers the answer. Timbo said Discman was 84. It was when I left school.
No, was it?
Yeah, that's right, Blue. And Alan? No, not turkey. What type of beef, Dora? Yeah, Kia, no, got it.
See, I wouldn't have one of those because I do not like corned beef.
No, I don't.
Got to swap that can of corned beef for a can of processed cheese if you can, when you got one in a wrap pack.
Okay, this is for the TV cartoon nerds. Trey Parker and Matt Stone created which TV show? This will show the
That one.
generation of people. Yes, Farmer.
I still say the very first episode was the best one.
Okay. Oh, Dora was first out there.
Cartman's anal probe.
I've never watched any episodes.
Some of them are just some of them are a bit crap, but some of them are just brilliant. Cartman's anal probe, where he gets abducted by aliens, is just brilliant. I'm sure that's the first episode. I just remember watching that and going, right, you've set the standard. Fair enough.
The Kokoda track is in which country?
The what?
Kokoda. The Kokoda track. It used to be called the Kokoda Trail, but it's not. It's a track. I thought Paul would know that
Would
one
you
straight off.
Would you spell?
Blue's just going to put all geography questions as US.
Yeah. And eventually he's going to be right.
Yeah.
Yeah, eventually.
Eventually, yeah. Yeah, that's right, Timbo. Kiefer Sutherland plays Jack Bauer in which TV show?
That one.
Yeah.
Although it's named wrongly.
Is it?
Yes. Well, the whole point was that each episode was an hour long.
Mm-hmm.
But when it was shown over here, it was shown on one of the BBC channels, which doesn't have adverts. So each episode was only 45 minutes long.
Yeah, and if you go watch it on any of the streaming services, they're like 45 minutes ish long.
Which is why and it took me a little while to twig this, because I watched the first series or most of it, and every now and then, you know, when you have that slight jump between scenes and you just get a black screen for a second or two.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what they do is they put up the time, and of course, what that is they're putting up the time when you've come back after the advert break. They put the time up to remind you where you are, because if you're watching the whole thing without any advert breaks, you don't need that, do you?
Dora's on the ball tonight out there.
So yeah, it should have been called 18, not 24.
Now this question I'm going to have to do a bit of homework on to learn a bit more about this subject.
Oh yeah.
What is the next prime number after 23?
Come on, Clive. Clive should get this one. No problem.
Is it that one?
Yeah. Yeah, you're all getting it right in here. And I think Truth Notes was the first one out there.
Yeah.
Truth Notes was first. You beat Clive. You have to learn about prime numbers and all that sort of stuff.
It's easy.
Yeah, the rules are quite straightforward, aren't they?
Yeah.
I'll have to make an episode about it then.
They're all odd numbers apart from one of them. because that much I do remember. There's one even numbered prime number.
Hmm.
Yes.
I heard a
I'm thinking about that.
Okay. They're all odd numbers except two. I don't discriminate numbers
Correct.
into prime and non-prime.
What even number isn't divisible by 2?
How many letters does a player start with in Scrabble?
God, it's a while since I played that. I think it's that.
Yeah. 14. When's the last time you played Scrabble, Al? Blue?
1963.
On any of those dreaded family times that we used to inflict on the boys, my favourite was Trivial Pursuits, oddly enough, and the ex's was Scrabble because she was fucking amazing at it.
Who said 7 out there first? Oh, Stewie.
Stewie.
I was
Oh,
only up
fine.
by one.
I was playing 2 hands. Come on. Damn.
Oh, that is.
You were cheating with all those extra letters tucked under your belt.
Hey, I can play 2 seats if I want to.
Just
But
like
we nearly came to blows.
In Monopoly, how you have the extra money stashed under your leg.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No, we nearly came to blows because the ex wouldn't allow, I think, the best word I'd ever had because it was on the triple word score as well, levies. And she wouldn't allow it. She said, that's not a proper word. I said, have you never heard Led Zeppelin's When the Levee Breaks? What's the plural of levy?
Oh yes, and it'll be made plural by putting IES on the end as well, won't it?
No, I think it is just because it's a double E. I think you just put an S on the end. But she said, levy's not a real word. I said, it bloody is. She wasn't having it.
Did you not look it up in the dictionary?
I don't think we had the dictionary. We were somewhere else. I don't think we had the dictionary to hand at the time, and it was just like, yeah, okay, well, sod you then.
How well do you know your alcohol?
Some of it I'm intimately familiar with.
Okay.
Yeah, some I'm not.
We're bestest buddies.
So, what alcohol is sometimes known as the Green Fairy?
Can I spell this correctly? I think I
Yeah.
probably can.
That's it.
I've been known. I've tried it a few times. You have to be careful.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, Kia, no.
That's a better way of spelling it, to be honest.
The way you spelled it, or the way Alan did.
The way Kia did with a Y.
Yeah, it hasn't got a Y in it though.
Yeah, but it just looks better, I think.
Yeah, it looks better. Yeah.
Well, I just left the E off the end.
Yeah, because it does have it's got an E on the end, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Can you say it sober and then say it when you're drunk, Farmer?
What, absinthe?
Yeah, no, say it when you're drunk.
I don't think I've ever been drunk enough where I couldn't say absinthe. I'm not sure.
I know I've been drunk enough to not be able to say the word absinthe because I know I've been drunk enough not to say anything at all.
There was a few years where I built up quite a resistance, so I don't think I've ever been drunk enough that I couldn't actually talk.
Kylo Ren is a villain in which film series? Too easy, Farmer?
Yeah. Take that stupid mask off.
Too easy. Oh, Timbo was quicker. Who? Kia no said who?
Kylo Ren.
Oh, the Star Trek Wars, Dora said.
Yeah, I like Star Trek. May the Force be with you.
Okay, who knows their James Bond movies?
I
Few
might
of
do.
them.
You think you do?
The older
Possibly.
the better.
Okay. Who
Yeah.
played James Bond in only 2 films?
Can't spell. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh, for God's sake.
I'd got dyslexic fingers.
That's okay.
Yeah.
That was coming. Well, I couldn't even spell the first name properly. So.
Oh, that's okay.
I thought he was going to say just one.
Yeah, I could have got that.
What?
And
George
I,
Lazenby.
Yeah, George Lazenby.
yeah, and I
was
could
the only
picture.
one.
Actually, there's 2 people who've played Bond in only one movie.
Okay, David Niven.
Even. Yeah, there you go.
See, I don't be Bond films. Yeah, on the Majesty's Secret Service was on the other day. I think one evening. I thought, oh yeah, I'll watch a bit of that. That's got the best Bond theme tune to it.
Good on your daughter.
Danny DeVito again.
Bill Gates.
Danny DeVito.
Here's an American question for Blue. Bill Gates and Jimi Hendrix were born in which city?
Oh, blimey. Not a clue on that one.
Why would I know that?
Yeah, quite. Because you're American.
Yeah. Oh, Alan got it right.
So,
Alan got it right, Blue.
Only because I remember. Only because I went for where the headquarters of his company is based.
Okay. Who got it right first out there? Truth Nerds. Isn't Seattle on the west coast? Seattle?
Seattle.
Seattle, yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
if it's in Washington, yeah, that's on the west
Yeah,
coast.
that's
Isn't
on
it?
the west coast, yeah.
Washington State.
Yeah. Not Washington
That's
City.
at the top.
Yeah. Yeah, up the top somewhere, yeah. That's all I know. I'm sure we've had this one before. This will test your memory. What is Marge's maiden name in The Simpsons? I think we've had this one before.
We have.
I think somebody did get it or not. Yeah,
I
Alan
can't
got it.
remember.
Really,
Alan,
really badly spelt.
Yeah, that's okay. You got it right.
I can't remember. I'm not a Simpsons fan. That's it. Yeah, Doris got it.
I can't quite work out the spelling properly on the bottle cap. Oh yeah, Bouvier. So who spelled it that way?
Bouvier.
Oh, Stewie did. Stewie got the right spelling. How are we going for time? Oh, we're going overtime.
Reclaiming overtime.
Yeah, we're claiming overtime. Make it the last one.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I guess we better.
Yeah, I'm getting sore eyes. I've got a torch and it's magnifying glass to help.
Turn the lights on is helpful.
Yeah, but that wouldn't help either. I'd still need a magnifying glass and a torch to see better. My eyes are bad. These are all bloody. Those few will repeats. You should know the answers to those ones. These too easy. Oh, okay. This will do for the last one. What is Indiana Jones' real first name? Everyone knows they're Indiana Jones movies. Yes, Farmer. Is that too easy, Farmer, or you had to think for a sec?
I had to think for at least a second. Yeah,
Yeah.
it just took me a because he's junior. It's the same name as his
Yeah.
Just I still can't get over the fact they had Sean Connery playing his dad.
Yeah, and how many years difference was there?
And there was only a handful of years between the two of them. It's like, no, hang on a minute, come on.
But that happens all the bloody time.
I know it does, but it really was like, oh, come on.
Well, that's your bottle cap quiz for this week.
And thank you very much.
Because that's like the guy who played the dad in the Waltons. He wasn't that old.
Yeah.
Not when he was in the Waltons.
No. I mean, I know they do it in films a lot, and I know sometimes, like, most of the main characters in Game of Thrones should have been teenagers. 13, 14, 15, 16-year-olds. Because that's how they were written, but...
Yeah. But
obviously, they went away from that straight away. But yeah, there's well, what's it? One of the Harry Potter films, the ghost girl. That's
Moaning Myrtle.
Yeah, and the actress that played was, I think, in her 30s. I mean, yeah, that happens in films all the time, but.
I'll use got the mics for a sec while I do a couple of things. I'll be back in a sec.
Righto. Just sort my screen out. Right. Is it still flickering? Yes, it's still flickering. Right, bollocks to that. Oh, Cool Hand Luke. There's another film I haven't seen in a long time. What we got here is failure to communicate. Oh, yes, it's a Belgian Grand Prix this weekend, isn't it? I've forgotten about that. I tend to follow the motorbikes more these days.
Well, at least there's a bit more overtaking in the bike racing, isn't there? Usually.
I tell you what, it's the Moto 3, it's the 250s. That is out of the three categories that race, I reckon that's the best of the lot. Because the lead can change half a dozen times, in the lap without even trying. And they're all desperately slipstreaming each other, and it's quite something to behold.
Yeah. When nobody has a technological advantage. Well, they're not particularly anyway.
No, well, for that the Moto 2s, which is nominally the 600 category, that's more even-handed because they're all using exactly the same engine. They're all Triumphs.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've really watched it. The last time I really watched Grand Prix racing, it was 500s, 250s, and 125s.
Yeah, it's. I mean, obviously they're all 4-strokes now, so you've got 250 singles, 400 fours, and then the Moto GP itself. They tend to be approximately 900s, I think.
We got any funny memes or anything to share or something? I don't know. I was sort of just thinking for a second then of something.
Oh, bugger.
There's an interesting photo I put in Fair Suck of the Sav about military camouflage.
I forgot something really important. These bloody headphones.
What's wrong with your headphones, Alan?
The wire is really, really short.
Oh, you need an extension.
Yeah, we've got an extension. Trouble is, the extension I've got is male. So it won't work.
Oh dear.
It wants to go from a 3.5mm on the back of the pooter to the 3.5mm on the back of the bloody monitor.
I've got a female adapter here laying around somewhere. I'm sure I've seen it.
I mean,
somewhere.
I've got that. I need to pull my bloody microphone down the floor as well because it's actually plugged into the headphone socket on the back of the microphone on the desk mic.
Where's this funny meme or whatever it is you said, Farmer?
Fair Suck. It's not a meme. It's just it's an interesting.
Okay, Fair Suck. I'll share Fair Suck anyway. Fair Suck. Where are we? There we go. Right, I'll share Fair Suck.
That would kind of suit at least one member of the Peanut Gallery who's not been around for a while.
Okay, what are we looking at, Farmer?
Well, I don't know. You ain't showing it.
I'm showing it out there. Do you want me to show in here?
Oh,
too? I'll show in
let
here
me move
too.
that out of the way.
Wait a minute, I'll show in here. There.
Well, I have zoom over the top. Right. Yeah, like it says, military camo is so dumb you can easily see it. Meanwhile, military camo, what can you see in that picture?
Well, it's a bit small for me. I should have made it bigger. There. Not too big?
No, you want it as big as you can get, really.
Yeah. Okay, I'll put it over there, that way. I'll stop sharing that and then I'll share the other thing.
It is a bit wide angled for spotting stuff though, isn't it?
Do you see anything yet?
What, a building?
No, it's not a building.
Do I have to make it bigger?
Can you not see?
Oh yeah.
I can see a building.
They look like starfighters. Or possibly Talons.
Am I looking in the right direction?
Starfighters.
They must be Talons. They're not starfighters.
No. Go back up. And then go to the right a little bit so you can center the view. Right. Do you see them now?
All 7 of them.
Oh, they're in the sky. They're planes.
Yeah, I think there's actually 8 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think there's 8 of them.
And what was the caption? Okay. I'll have to scroll back out a bit more then, maybe.
Just
Yeah,
shows
there is-
how effective camouflage can be.
Yeah, I
There is
didn't,
a
I
token.
didn't recognise them straight away until
Yeah,
I...
exactly. That's the whole point. Yeah, I just saw it in my Twitter stream and I thought, oh, that's a good one. I like that. Yes, there's eight aircraft there flying in formation.
The ones in the... There's probably ones in the distance I can't quite make out.
No, they're all.
I
they're
can
all,
see 3. Can you see me cursor?
Yeah,
I can see 1 there.
1. Yeah, keep going.
2. There's 1 there. I can just make it out. 3 over here.
Well,
There's
where you say
3.
3 over there, there's actually 3 aircraft there.
Yeah.
Okay.
The easiest way is to look for the tail fins sticking up.
Yeah, I can see
Yeah.
that there on that one.
That the of
Maybe
that
the
group
quality,
of 3
maybe
at
the
the
quality's
top,
not good enough for my.
Well, I'll tell you what, Terry. Do you want me to share my screen and I'll show you where they are?
Yeah, you share your side and see if that'll make it easier for you to point them out.
the one that got me initially, that group of 3, the far one that's also the rearmost one, because the fin looked too much like a building in the distance.
Right. Can you see where I am?
God, that's awful. That looks awful now.
Yeah, but can you see? Can you see my
Yeah.
hand?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. 1,
Mm-hmm.
just beyond him, 2,
2,
just in front of him, 3,
3,
4, just behind him, 5,
5,
just behind that one, 6,
6.
7.
Oh, I
8.
didn't see the 7 one.
Yeah.
And actually, of course, because you can see the shadow on the tail of the sternmost one, the camera ship as well, of course.
Yes. So yeah, you can see 8 aircraft in that shot if you look close enough.
Yeah.
Admittedly, it's not the highest resolution photo, but yeah, 1, 2,
Yeah.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
And of course, once you realise what you're looking at, you can even see the shadows of the tail fins on other aircraft, can't you?
Yeah, because
It's 3 shadows on
the
there.
shadow of that tail is there on that aircraft. The shadow of that tail is on that aircraft. The shadow of that tail is on that aircraft, and
I
he's
think the
getting the shadow
shadow-
off
The camera ship, probably. Yeah, because the camera ship is slightly in front of him. So
yeah, because the sun's
coming
sort
from
of come from the left.
as you're looking at it, the sun's coming from over your left shoulder.
Yes, it's coming from over that direction. But
So that camouflage works well for aircraft like we're in our position above them. But what would they
Yes.
look like? What would they look like if you were on the ground looking up?
right, this is why aircraft generally have 2 main colours. The underside is painted a light colour, so that you lose it against the sky.
Yep.
And then the top generally has the camouflage scheme so that you lose it against the ground.
Ground. Yeah.
Yeah, unless they're designed to fly really high, in which case silver is actually bare metal is actually a really good finish for camouflage.
Yeah, there's been lots of tests done over the years, and at one point, I think on some of their drones, they're actually putting lights on the underside of the wings, so you lit the plane up, and that made it during the day. That made it even harder to spot.
TruthNet said there was 15 of them.
Yay!
Yeah, sharks are greyish on top and white on the bottom, or whitish on the bottom.
Yeah, that's why the great white shark is called the great white.
Demonal, photographed from a Canberra, PR9.
RAF Luton. Shout out to RAF Luton. Oh dear. Photograph from a Canberra. Brilliant.
Yeah, that was right, Elmings. Once you've seen them, then you can't unsee them.
Yeah.
And Truth Nest.
Stealth
yeah,
is
now I
black.
see it, yeah.
Blackbird was black. The U2's black. Paint them transparent.
What if the human is not my pet, but I am his? You mean to tell me not everyone at the door wants to pet me for 20 minutes?
A damn great husky.
Mhm.
Where's it bloody gone?
Well, I'll grab a few, well, there goes me
I've lost
hearing battery things. Headset.
I've lost the bloody
Start beeping
photograph.
on me.
Where's the bloody photograph
Drives
gone?
you mad, that does.
Red Arrows. Cockney Air Display Team.
There we go. There we go. Thought I'd better throw them in there quick then, since we were mentioning it.
Canberra.
PR9. Lots of photographs.
Is that the one that was based at Duxford?
No, that's
Because there was, when I mean, I know I'm going back a few years now, but when I worked there was a chap who privately owned a Canberra, and he said, "Oh yeah, you can have. I'll take you for a flight in one." Yeah, it cost you £1,000.
yeah. I think that was based at Coventry. That lot that's at, you know, the stuff they had at Coventry.
Oh yeah.
Do we really explode in the vacuum of space? In the film Outland, one of the astronauts...
That was 8 years ago.
Yeah.
That was a Simon Quickie. Was there any?
It was.
Free energy from over in Anderson. Huh, that's just as bad as Dallas Dave over on Geo's earlier today. Even Paul got in on it.
Oh, that was painful.
Which one was he on about today?
Oh, the water tower.
He's a moron.
It's got to be a wind-up, surely.
He is. He's not even a good one, though.
No.
It's just annoying.
Photo files. Grab that.
Yeah, well, Timbo, at the moment, the Red Arrows only have 7 pilots as well.
Yeah.
1 quit and 2 were sacked.
Yeah, I
So
noticed
then
that when they
it's-
come over here for the Grand Prix. I thought, hang on, there's only 7. Are the other 2 about to come zooming in? No.
No. And you know why they have to lose 2, don't you? To keep the display balanced.
Yes. Yes. It only works properly with an odd number, doesn't it?
Yeah, they can't do it with an 8 ship.
No.
I mean, it's not like you can't have a 8 ship display team, because the French team is an 8 ship with their Dornier Alpha jets. But I can't remember what the heck they're blooming called now. French ones.
Can't remember.
Oh, no, I know I can find out really quickly without the aid of Google, even.
Oh, that Mitchell saga with Mr. Sensible's ridiculous. I was just looking at that earlier. Where's Mr. Sensible's post in Shield Your Shit? I'll have to go to his channel and grab it. I have to go
I
the
haven't
wrong way.
got any. Oh yeah.
Not showing up.
Oh,
It should be
La
there.
Patrouille de France.
literature to be there. Now, if I had my thing in alphabetical order, that'd be good.
Yes. The French patrol.
Oh, it's in alphabetical
'Cause-
order. That's amazing.
Is it?
Yeah.
There you go.
You just reset it, and it's gone back and it's gone to alphabetical order now. So is yours
See, it's not
alphabetical?
just me.
So it's all right. So who hasn't got it in alphabetical order now? Well, makes it easier.
Certainly does.
PQ.
Mind you, if you look for something down at the end and you've got sort of over 300 subscriptions, it takes a while to scroll down.
So I'm looking for Mr. Sensible. Is it M for Mr. Sensible or S for Sensible?
That's a very good question. I can't remember.
It's the channel's Mr. Sensible, so
I've got Mr. Sensible Live or Mr. Baldy Sensible. It must be Mr. Sensible.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
a good
Live.
point. What channel was it on?
I got Mr. Sensible Live.
yeah, that's for his life because he's done the same as Toon. Toon's now got Toon Live, and then his other channel that he inherited from Baldy Cats.
Okay. So what channels?
Hang on,
Where's his channel gone?
I'm just trying.
What's the other one?
I'm trying to find which channel it was on.
Dora says Mr. Baldy Sensible.
Yes, Mr. Baldy Sensible Cats.
I've subscribed to that one.
Yes, I hide a flat earther. Legal threats. What a bogan.
Okay, Mr. Sensible Baldy Cats. Okay, that's his new one. And
Drama.
Yeah, it is drama.
19 hours ago. Yep, that's the one. Alright, put that back to the beginning.
Yeah, I'll give you some money to do some shit. Oh well, I'm not going to do that shit. But I'm not going to give you your money back.
Yeah.
And even what
That's
even would
basically
Well,
it.
fall,
that's bloody obvious, isn't it?
even what would fall in Mr. Sensible's side is if I actually went there, had a talk to the people about the exhibit, and got some actual evidence that way.
Well, we all know that the exhibit was broken. So, did he even go back? Is the question.
Well, he went back and it just had a sign on it that said this exhibit is closed.
Oh, all right, he did actually go back.
Yeah. But I'd like to find out if it was an actual working exhibit or was it just a facsimile of what it's meant to be. Yeah.
I think the pendulum processes as the pendulum should, but they have this thing in it that allows magnets to keep it going.
Yeah.
Because obviously they don't have it. It wouldn't run for very long without a little bit of input.
And going by the height of the cage that it was in, it didn't look like it was very high.
It's not. Hence why it needs a kicker. I mean, if you get a really, really big one, they can run for quite a long time. But you kind of need a cathedral to. You kind of need a medieval cathedral to do it in.
Yeah, if you've got 80 meters or so, you're okay.
So
those short pendulums have inherent problems. You'll get an elliptical oscillation, which actually can be worse than the precession rate. It's all but impossible not to get that.
You'd build it if you could, Blue, but I don't think you'd be able to renovate your house or whatever to that standard.
What what you really want is to hang it from the centre of the dome of St Paul's Cathedral in London, isn't it? And I mean, at least in St Paul's, because that's chairs, not proper pews, you can clear all the chairs out of the way. That'd run. That'd give you plenty of height to run for a while, wouldn't it? I think that's nearly a couple of 100 feet.
Where are we? Anyone know what a P, four-letter P word is?
Paul's.
That's not 4 letters. Oh, yes, it is.
P-A-W-S.
P-A-W-S is, yeah.
From Down Under, who I paid to do a job for
Hey,
me.
Mr. Sensible. You have an email.
Have I? So I have. I've just had an email from Mitch, and he's gone and started making legal threats. I think it's about time we brought out the big guns. Meet General Anthony Clement McAuliffe. Now you can enjoy this entire saga by watching this playlist. I hired a flat earther, but just for now, let's have a very, very quick rundown. Mitchell produced a video of a Foucault pendulum in a kiddies science museum that he said proved the Earth was not rotating. His video was highly cut. Now many people accused him of lying and that he had just edited the video to show what he wanted, and they challenged him to film that pendulum for 4 hours uncut. Mitchell said he would do this for $150 Australian to cover fuel, ticket and his time. I paid him. After a short while, Mitch released a short video, 3 minutes 28 seconds long, showing the pendulum, which is out of order. So, as he hadn't contacted me to arrange an alternative filming date or location, etc., I asked for my money back, that he refused very rudely. I asked him again, which brings us up to date. Now, requesting a refund for services not provided is a very simple and straightforward process. However, Mitch has felt the need to go legal. He met with his legal team in the local bar over a few stubbies. I have obtained some secret film of Mitch as he arrives and meets his legal team.
Here.
Good day, Bruce. Oh, hello, Bruce. How are you, Bruce? Big crook, Bruce.
Hello, Bruce.
Not here, Bruce. Hi, good day, Bruce.
No, it's Bruce.
How are you, Bruce? Is your name not Bruce?
Hardly enough to boil
No,
a
it's
man's
Mitchell.
dam.
That's going to cause a little confusion.
So, for the time being, let's leave Mitch with his crack legal team as they formulate and construct a legal letter to me, Mr. Sensible, in purest legalese bullshit. Let's return to General McAuliffe. During December 1944, the commander of the 101st Airborne Division, Major General Maxwell D. Taylor, was back in the United States attending a staff conference. In his place, General McAuliffe, then Brigadier General, was the acting commander of the 101st. On the 22nd of December, he received a message from the German forces, the commander of whom was General Heinrich Freiherr von Luttwitz, to the USA commander of the encircled town of Bastogne. The fortune of war is changing. This time the USA forces in and near Bastogne have been encircled by strong German armoured units. More German armoured units have crossed the river Erthe near Ertheville and have taken Marche and reached Saint-Hubert by passing Hombres-Cibret-Tillé. Libermont is in German hands. There is only one possibility to save the encircled USA troops from total annihilation. That is the honourable surrender of the encircled town. In order to think it over, a term of 2 hours will be granted, beginning with the presentation of this note. If this proposal should be rejected, 1 German artillery corps and 6 heavy AA battalions are ready to annihilate the USA troops in and near Bastogne. The order for firing will be given immediately after this 2 hours term. All the serious civilian losses caused by this artillery fire would not correspond with the well-known American humanity. The German commander. More on General McAuliffe a little later. I received an email from Mitch saying, "I suggest you get a lawyer." Attached to that email was a long letter, written in purest legalese. I believe it was written by his crack team of lawyers from that top law company, Bruce. I replied, "We shall look at my reply as I go through all the points, one at a time." Right. Mr. Bogan, also known as Bitchmaid from Australia. Your letter dated 14th August 22. Mr. Bogan, I am writing to address your letter dated 14th August, point by point, as you have asked me to respond within 28 days.
I am writing to query the above-mentioned alleged debt and request further information from you regarding that debt. I note from the outset that I would be happy to settle any financial obligation you might lawfully owe as soon as I have received the following documentation from you.
I have made no allegation of a debt. I have simply requested a refund of the monies paid for you to produce a 4-hour video of a pendulum at Science Space, as you did not meet the terms of your offer in our contract and are in breach.
Validation of the alleged debt. I require you to provide me with a copy of the actual accounting that brought the subject account into being.
No debt has been alleged. A refund has been requested, as above.
Verification of your claim against me. I require you to provide a sworn affidavit or a hand-signed invoice in accordance with the Bills of Exchange Act 1882 UK and the Bills of Exchange Act 1909 Australia, verifying your claim that I am indebted to that excellent YouTuber Mr. Sensible in any way.
You made an offer. A 4-hour video for $150 Australian to include petrol, ticket and your time. I accepted and made payment, and you acknowledged receipt and declared you would fulfil what you had promised. At this point, contract was formed. A contract may be written and signed, or it may be oral or formed otherwise and known as an implied contract. I have no need to invoice yourself, as I am not claiming a debt against you. I have claimed that you did not meet the terms of the implied contract between ourselves and therefore have requested the return of the monies paid forthwith, to which you replied, "Until then, go away."
Number 3, which shall be the number of the county.
That's not what it says.
Evidence of a mutually binding contract. I require you to provide me with a copy of the contract signed by both parties and confirming that all elements of the contract have been fully disclosed.
As above, a contract does not legally need to be a signed document and can be formed through other means and is then an implied contract. However, here is evidence of contract. And I show your first email when you ask for $150, your second email when you ask again, my acceptance email when I tell you I have paid $150 Australian, and your acknowledgement when you acknowledge receipt of the money and promise to do the work. I then continue. Therefore, contract was formed. An offer was made by yourself. I accepted it and paid the specified amount, the consideration. All ingredients for contract were in place. Offer, acceptance, acknowledgement and consideration. You could have rejected my acceptance and returned payment, but you instead confirmed you would do the work. I note you said donation, but donation wasn't specified in your offer. Financing the work was. The payment link you provided was used in good faith.
In addition to the above, I also require to answer the following very simple question in writing. Do you claim a debt against Mr. Bitchmaid of Australia, also known as Bogan? I require you to provide me with a copy of the above-mentioned documents and respond to the question noted above within 28 days and provide with them a notice signed under full commercial liability and subject to the penalties of perjury, certifying that all of the replies and details given to the above are true and without deception, fraud or mischief, or indeed anything else that's naughty.
I have never claimed a debt against Mr. Bitchmaid, also known as Bogan from Australia. I claim breach of contract as the service offered, 4-hour uncut video footage of the Foucault pendulum at Space Science Museum, and paid for in good faith, was not provided. Instead, a short 3-minute 28-second video was provided as the pendulum exhibit was closed as it was faulty, with no offer of filming on another date, no offer of filming at another location, and no attempted contact to me to try to negotiate any other solution. Therefore, a refund of monies paid for the agreed and promised service that was not provided has been requested.
Please note that your failure refusal to provide the aforementioned documentation, yada yada yada, constitutes your agreement to the following: the debt didn't exist, the debt has already been paid, that you won't claim I have a debt to you anywhere, that you won't place adverse credit agency listings, you won't pursue this matter any further. The matter is now formally settled, finalised, closed, shut, finished, done.
The above comments are moot, as no debt has been claimed, but a refund has been requested. It is on record and on YouTube that monies were paid for the offered services, that this was acknowledged by you, and services were promised to be fulfilled by you. It is also on record that a 4-hour video of the pendulum was not provided, and that a refund was requested. No mention of a debt was made at any time.
I take this opportunity to remind you that the legal maxims dictate that silence is deemed to be acquiescence. This concept was upheld in the case of Golden Eagle Insurance Company versus Foremost Insurance in 1993.
I'm responding to your letter and so am not silent. I do not acquiesce or agree to your requests, stipulations, demands in this letter, nor am I entering into any agreement in this response letter. And actually, Mitch, if I can take this opportunity just to add, I'm only surprised that you didn't manage to get something in here about the Misuse of Teaspoons Act of 1872.
For the protection of all parties involved, and as evidence of all dealings in respect of this matter, all correspondences is to be in writing, and I do not give Mr. Sensible, or indeed anyone else who has a grip on reality, and or their agents' signs, permission to contact me by telephone, directly, indirectly, contact me regarding this matter by social media, such as, but not limited to, Facebook, Twitter and YouTube. Should I be contacted by phone or social media, I must warn you that such contact could constitute harassment, and I may lodge a formal complaint with the Financial Ombudsman Service or the Credit and Investments Ombudsman, as appropriate.
Mitch, I don't think either of those are appropriate.
As well as my telecommunications provider and or relevant social media platforms is.
I can confirm I shall make no attempt to phone you. I don't even have a phone number anyway, nor try to make contact with you via any social media. The only contact shall be in writing through our established email connection concerning this disagreement. I've already made clear, and you are aware, I have clearly requested a refund for breach of contract, so I have no need to do so again. Please note that I reserve the right and have full freedom to make videos on any subject I wish, as long as, to the best of my knowledge, I'm describing subjects and events in a factually accurate manner. This also includes videos about the contract that was formed with yourself about and include the filming of the Foucault pendulum at Space Science Museum. I shall make no attempt to contact you, nor encourage any others to do so. Furthermore, if any such video is made, like this one, about this situation in future by myself, I shall explicitly request that nobody attempts to contact you. And I do so now. Please, nobody contact Mitch. But Mitch, you're still making comments about me, aren't you? If you're going to comment about me, I have the right to reply. It's not harassment. You total gimboid.
I look forward to receiving the documents and responses referred to herein within the next 28 days, or by private settlement agreement, settling, finalising and closing this matter.
The contents of this letter is my full response to your letter. At this point, there is nothing further for myself to provide to you or respond to. Currently, this matter is not settled, finalised or closed. However, without prejudice, I suggest a reasonable settlement agreement to resolve this matter as follows. I'm a reasonable guy. So I thought I would make a reasonable settlement offer. Proposed agreement without prejudice. The initial offer was a 4-hour video of the pendulum provided by you in return for payment of 150. 50 for petrol, 52 for ticket and 50 for your time, totalling 152 but discounting to 150. I questioned the amounts for fuel and ticket, but nevertheless I agreed to the total figure of 150 and paid the requested monies using the payment method that you provided. Obviously, fuel and ticket money has now been spent by yourself and you're unable to recoup those monies. But I also note that you haven't provided the 4-hour video of the pendulum as per your offer. Therefore, if it's agreed and you refund the $50 to me that, as specified in your offer, would have been for your time spent filming for 4 hours, and then you retain the other 100 as specified in your offer, covering fuel and ticket, we could then close this matter immediately. This will need to take place within 28 days of this letter. So there we go. I addressed each of the points in Mitch's legal letter, and I made a very reasonable settlement proposal. So I waited for my $50, and I was sure that it would be winging its way to me while he sat on the beach cracking a tinny and throwing another shrimp on the barbie. But obviously Mitch is not that bright, and so he must have gone back to his law firm, Bruce and Bruce, because shortly after I received another letter in which he basically reiterated all his same bogus claims again and totally ignored my proposal. So therefore I decided to do this: issue a PayPal chargeback. Now, I would have been quite happy if Mitch had just refunded that money, but he didn't. And so I described the entire situation, how I had paid for this service was not delivered, and how he claimed it was a donation. It would appear that Mitch has been using his wife's PayPal and indeed misusing it by using donations when he's selling a service. I had a look today at Mitch's channel. I checked out his PayPal link, and this is what I found. Now, since this, his PayPal does seem to have returned again. It would appear that he's having to battle to save his wife's account. So I'm sure that things are all going swimmingly in the From Australia household. So, having received this second email from him,
sound too good.
I thought I'd better give him a response. And this is where the famous General McAuliffe comes in. Dear Mr. Fetid Dingo's Kidneys, I have already addressed all the points in your previous letter dated 14th of August and will not do so again. A full refund request has now been requested of PayPal. In response to your second letter dated 20th of August, where you repeat your demands and ignored my proposed compromise solution, now withdrawn, I would like to quote to you what US General Anthony Clement McAuliffe replied to German forces requesting his surrender in December 1944 near Bastogne, Belgium. Nuts.
Nuts.
Love and kisses, the YouTuber known as Mr. Sensible.
And you, sir, are a steely-eyed missile man.
Shut up and sit down.
I didn't know you could get a refund from PayPal.
No, I didn't.
Not on a gift or what? Not on a gift.
No.
Because I'm assuming that's what he had him do it as a gift. But PayPal get very upset if people misuse the gift thing, don't they?
Yes. This poor old Mitch has done himself no favours whatsoever.
No.
I mean, technically, you as the person sending can also get hassled, but I think they tend to take it out more on the seller, don't they?
Yeah.
Which is
Well, because they don't want people trying to avoid the fees.
Any comments on that? None from Mitch, I don't think. I don't think Mitch is going to respond on that.
Wouldn't have thought so.
Triggered Limey. Wolfie. Who else responded?
Truth Nerds makes a good point.
Where's Wolfie's? He would be experiencing a manic episode of this. Punch drunk and swinging blindly at the best analogy for his behaviour. And Sensible said, all this panic over me asking for 150 back. Do you think he hired a lawyer, LMAO? Wait till you see his legal letter to me.
As Truth Nerd suggested, others have suggested Mitch's lawyer is Sloppy Warrior.
Oh, Blue left a comment. Beautiful, my friend. I hope PayPal gets it fixed for you. I don't see they have much choice unless the little tick turd has drained the account. And that wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. Yeah.
Truth Nerd's favourite legal quote. The court is at a loss as how Mr. Riley arrived at this conclusion.
Yeah, I've kept that quote from somewhere.
I've kept quite a few quotes from that. In fact, I think I've still got the link to the original article in the newspaper or magazine it was in.
I've got a coach magazine one for something in that.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, I've still got that. The actual magazine.
Here's another favourite. Mr. Riley then began by stating that as someone who has a law degree and a postgraduate diploma in legal practice, he understood the law and how the judiciary interpret the law. Oh, my other favourite. The argument that the possession of a mobile phone, with or without access to an electronic diary, among other things, permits a company director to claim exception under G, despite the fact that they are driving a vehicle carrying passengers for hire or reward, however infrequently, is manifestly absurd.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm exempt from needing this license because I'm carrying company equipment. What, your phone? Yes, It's got the diary on it.
Yeah.
I mean, really? Do you know how many court cases Mr. Riley's won?
None.
Yeah, as many as that.
Yeah, I mean, you might get away with it for driving the van with nobody else in it.
Yes, but it was full up, wasn't it?
But I mean, you could say that as a company, because of course technically you can't even drive the vehicle without the requisite things because it's going to have company marking on it.
Yeah.
So he might, they might let you get away with that one if you're moving it from A to B with no passengers in. But no, you're not going to get away with it with passengers on board.
Haven't played a Wally for a while, have we? This is a different one.
Yeah, well, Wally's been a little bit quiet recently, hasn't he? I think.
It's got the little girl at the end of it again. I thought that was the same one as we've already played. Oh, okay. It says the 24th. That was the Wednesday. But that just
we
got
might
dropped.
actually have played. We played. Yeah, I think we played the Wednesday one. Which one is it?
But if you look in Shul, oh, okay.
Yeah.
It might have got played. It may have got played, yeah. It's got the little girl at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we played that one.
That.
Yeah.
Okay, what else have we got? Did James Webb prove Big Bang wrong? Everett, Flat Earth unveils free energy. Simon Quickie and a Simon Flat Earth compilation.
I bet I can guess who the Everett Anderson one's about then.
And at Flat Earth unveils free energy.
Yeah, I bet that's about former Chief Petty Officer Nigel Cheese. Oh, maybe not.
No, that's not cheese.
That's not cheese.
That's not cheese.
Spell my cheese.
Press play, Terry.
Yeah, go on.
Right now the tide is going out. We can see that water seeks level on the stationary level Earth that we live on.
Sheldon, don't make that noise. It's disrespectful.
I should hope so. It was a snort of derision.
It'll go up and go back out. It'll come down and hit this right here and follow it around. That's just the way it actually works. So water seeks level.
Oh, good Lord.
It'll fly off a tennis ball, a soccer ball, a volleyball, and it would fly off a spinning water ball, supposedly spinning over 1,000 miles an hour.
No. Anyway, last week, we...
So, it's unpopular to talk about the flat Earth. So what I believe more accurately is we live on a stationary level plane. That's the biblical proclamation, and that's the observable reality.
I know. I'm an idiot.
And?
And a real numbskull.
I've got videos of the local sun. You can hashtag local sun and you'll see it in the clouds down on the back on the beach over there and up over this way.
Go away. Go away, you.
Can you imagine having a car that you fill up with water? That'd be pretty cool, and it's possible.
Yeah, it'd be a steam engine.
I'll tell you what you do. You just take them dang old spark plugs out, and then that little hole, you just put a little oil around there, just like Bobby Hunter says. It's like it'd go boom, boom, just like that.
Boom, boom.
Well, I wish it were that simple, Boomhauer.
So I do send videos out to people that are influential in the electric vehicle world.
Wayne Tech promised an electric car by this year. I put a deposit down. Where's my goddamn electric car, Bruce?
And I've talked with Tesla and SpaceX engineers as well. It's the press technology that they're not willing to bring to the market right now. It may happen one day, and I may be one of the reasons for that.
It's frightening, sir. Don't panic. We'll just move slowly toward the exit.
There are people that want to cling to their spinning, wobbling, and gyrating, orbiting, ridiculous water ball hurling through space. If you believe that fantastic lie, I just know that you're deceived.
Wait a minute.
I was deceived too. We all were. In fact, I may be deceived about something I'm unaware of.
I don't believe in that gobbledygook about a subconscious or any other witchcraft. I won't take pills. I won't let you hypnotize or molest me.
Well, I can help you without using witchcraft, pills, and molestation, but it won't be easy.
Bam.
So who was that guy? Robert I can't even pronounce that name. Force.
No, I've never heard of him before.
Robert's video.
Probably got him off TikTok.
More likely.
Well, there's a video on YouTube, so we'll go to that.
Right now I'm picking up a lot of energy.
That goes for 22 minutes. So obviously he's got
Yeah,
a channel.
do we really want to watch all of that video?
No.
Or
Okay,
would we,
he's got a
or
got a
would we just
channel.
like the highlights from Everett?
He's got a video channel called Truth.
Truth. Oh well, that's a dead giveaway.
And look at the car. Poor
Truth.
car.
Mm.
And poor motorbike.
Bible.com says it all.
Hasn't really got anything else. Well, I'm not going to go through
He
all of
seems to
them.
have quite a nice beach though, doesn't he?
Got a thing for Elon
I wonder
Musk.
which coast that's on.
Tesla. Truth about everything. Hmm. Interesting. Now, just another nutter.
Yep. Plenty of them about.
Oh, I better swap it over there. How about some sanity from Anton?
Yeah, why not?
Did what James Webb prove the Big Bang Theory wrong? Here are the facts. Well, since Matt's not here, press play, Terry.
You said it yourself.
Images from the James Webb Telescope so far have revealed so much new information about the early universe. But naturally, they've also created a lot of buzz with certain articles making a lot of claims that are basically not true. And one article in particular has actually been trending on Twitter with several people asking me for a comment about this. Actually, it was the Australian YouTuber Dave Jones, who I also watch once in a while, and he asked both me and Dr. Becky for an opinion on this relatively recent article that's sort of been trending. The article that says the Big Bang didn't happen. And the article that essentially implies that all of these new observations from the James Webb confirm an idea from the 90s that this particular writer behind this article had, with the idea in this case being that the Big Bang never happened. And so in this video I wanted to kind of talk about this a little bit without being too critical or maybe too judgmental, but essentially focusing on the facts. And to start, I actually wanted to briefly talk about where I think Eric Lerner, the article author, got things wrong initially, or at least where I think all of this started. It's really from articles like this that I've discussed in one of the previous videos, where the scientists behind this paper gave some of these articles somewhat unfortunate titles and also made a few comments inside the articles, essentially indicating that they were just shocked by all of the new discoveries coming from the James Webb. In this particular case, the paper starts with the word panic, as if the scientists are panicking about new discoveries. But that's actually not at all the case, and if you do read the article, you'll realize that it's basically not at all what the scientists are saying. They're not saying that the new images are breaking physics in any way, or that we're discovering something that was completely unexpected. They're just saying that we're discovering things that were just a little bit different from what we expected. But more importantly, we're discovering a lot of evidence that does suggest Big Bang indeed happened, and happened just as predicted by various studies. So here it's really important to understand that pretty much most of the analysis so far and all of the data coming out is mostly from these early publications on sites like Archive and from a lot of chatter on Twitter. And so because all of this is really coming in super quickly and there's just not enough time to confirm and analyze everything, It's naturally kind of easy to start misinterpreting some of the results or some of the discoveries, especially if the title is maybe somewhat misleading. As a matter of fact, one of the quotes used in the article to present their point is from this astronomer, Dr. Kirkpatrick, who in one of the studies mentioned that, "Right now I find myself lying awake at 3 in the morning and wondering if everything I've done is wrong." This was from one of the papers I discussed in one of the previous videos, but she's not saying that the Big Bang did not happen or that our cosmology is completely wrong. She's essentially only questioning the early evolution of the universe, because the actual observations, as I mentioned in the video before, seem to be slightly different from what the scientists expected. But claiming that the Big Bang never happened because of that one quote is a huge disservice to the scientific community. But instead of focusing on that article that I personally did not find very interesting, and that is kind of wrong to be honest, I actually wanted to focus on the facts as we know about the Big Bang and why we now believe even more that it very likely did happen. And here we have to start with a bit of a history. As a matter of fact, the history here is super interesting. Have you ever wondered if anyone was even smarter than Einstein? Have you ever wondered if anyone has ever proven him wrong? Well, yes, the answer is yes. And it's a person in this picture. Can you guess which one? It's the priest in the middle. The Belgian Catholic priest that back in the early 20s started to explore the idea of cosmology, reaching some of the conclusions before anyone else, with some of them becoming groundbreaking over time. Actually, before Lemaitre there was another really important discovery a few years prior. In 1923, Edwin Hubble confirmed that various spiral nebula that were actually detected by various scientists were not within the Milky Way. They actually were various galaxies across the universe, with many of them really far away. This was the beginning of the idea of the universe, and if you'd like to learn more about this, check out one of the previous videos in the description or maybe somewhere right there. And within just a few years after this announcement, Lemaitre started to observe an interesting pattern in a lot of these new observations. Just as the Hubble's original observations, he realized that it seems that a lot of different galaxies, the farther away they are, the more they expand. But then mathematically, he was able to work out that if the universe was actually growing in size from a much smaller point in the past, all of these observations from Hubble would suddenly make sense. In the process, also calculating some of the first values for what we now call Hubble constant, although more officially it's known as the Hubble-Lemaitre constant. He then sent all of his observations and calculations to Einstein, who unfortunately dismissed them completely, stating that your calculations are correct, but your physics is abominable. So yeah, this guy was quite a character. But then within just a few years, this guy was proven wrong. The guy in the middle was proven correct. And Einstein had to concede because Lemaitre has just discovered the idea behind Big Bang. But it became pretty clear that the universe was growing in size. Several other scientists joined in and started to realize something else. For example, George Gamow that you see right here realized that it wasn't just about the mass, it was also about the radiation and the photons. And specifically, as the universe grew in size, the density of the photons and the energy would increase. But if you were to go back in time, it would increase to the point where the universe was very likely extremely hot. So hot, as a matter of fact, that a lot of the early atoms would very likely be ionized, leaving behind a kind of a radiation sign that should still be visible even today. In other words, he predicted something that was discovered decades later. He predicted the cosmic microwave background radiation. And honestly, there is absolutely no way to explain this without the Big Bang. We see this radiation coming from every direction. As a matter of fact, part of the static on the old TVs that we used to use with antenna was the result of cosmic microwave background radiation interacting with the TV's antenna. So the CMB is definitely real. But explaining this without the expansion of the universe from much smaller state is practically impossible. Several scientists have tried to do so, but all of their ideas have so far been disproven because they don't really explain everything. This, however, does. CMB is a very important part of the expanding universe. And the ideas from the Big Bang suggest that at some point the universe was just extremely hot and no atoms could even exist here. More importantly, if you were to try to trace back all of this based on the modern observations, as you can see being done right here in one of the papers you can find in the description, you'll discover that it all seems to kind of start around 13.8 billion years ago. And that of course implies that, well, there was some kind of a beginning for all of this. So is that the Big Bang? Well, the answer to that is a little bit tricky. In the past, that's what the scientists refer to as the Big Bang. Actually, okay, a little bit incorrect. The term Big Bang was proposed by Fred Hoyle, a British astronomer that was actually a proponent of a completely different idea. As a matter of fact, he was one of the earliest critics of the Big Bang theory. And so he was actually arguing for the steady-state model of the universe that tries to suggest that the universe is the same everywhere, no matter where you go, no matter when you go. But the modern observations suggest otherwise. More importantly, this does not explain where CMB came from at all. But during his arguments, he basically said that the universe did not just start with a Big Bang. And that was the birth of this particular term. But more importantly to the topic at hand, we have so much more proof of the idea of the Big Bang from all of the observations from modern telescopes, including Hubble and now James Webb. So first of all, as I've discussed in one of the previous videos, some of the earlier observations from the Hubble telescope determined that the universe was indeed much warmer billions of years ago. There should be a video about this somewhere right there, or maybe in the description. This by itself definitely suggests that the universe cooled down over time, and the only possible explanation for this is that, well, the universe expanded, decreasing the density of the energy and thus decreasing the temperature. But more importantly, the observations from the James Webb have now started to also uncover these very distant galaxies around the same time we believe galaxies started forming, but in this case not as developed and more importantly much smaller in size. And that kind of aligns with all of the ideas behind the growth of the universe and behind the Big Bang. Oh wait, I forgot to mention something. Okay, so today there's a bit of a misconception with what Big Bang actually means. It doesn't mean that the universe just exploded 13.8 billion years ago, creating everything we have. Today, this whole thing is called the Big Bang. The entire expansion of the universe in the last 13.77 billion years. That's what the scientists actually refer to when they talk about Big Bang, not just that one point somewhere right there in the beginning. And that's of course really important to understand, because by saying that Big Bang did not happen or doesn't exist, that person is essentially saying that the expansion of the universe is not happening either. The universe is not growing, the galaxies are not moving apart, and the universe is the same everywhere no matter where you go. Well, it doesn't seem to be the case based on the observations, and especially the observations from the James Webb. These galaxies are moving away from us, and really fast. Tens and even hundreds of thousands of kilometers per second. That's why they're so redshifted. On top of this, every single one of these observations from the James Webb so far has actually showed us that the galaxies were much less evolved and much smaller in size before, with a lot of large-scale structures only being developing and not really complete yet. Actually, most of this evidence comes from the Hubble telescope, but even the James Webb seems to be showing the same. And by design, the James Webb is really only meant to observe certain parts of the universe, and specifically it was designed to look back at the time when the universe was only about 50 million years old, or maybe slightly younger. It was never really meant to look farther than that. And so it's not actually going to be seeing some of the first moments when, for example, the cosmic microwave background was created, because it's not designed to see that. But from what it has seen so far, and all of these distant galaxies discovered, two things become clear. First, the universe definitely expands and has been expanding as predicted by the Big Bang theory. Okay, but then what did the scientists question? Why did we have studies with unusual titles, or the astronomers saying that they have trouble sleeping because of these new discoveries? Well, here it actually has something to do with the evolution of early galaxies. The initial evolution of some of these early galaxies did not progress as the scientists originally predicted. It looks like the galaxies were able to form much earlier, developing into larger structures and into more cohesive structures with more success than some of the early simulations predicted. And that's of course what the scientists are currently questioning. They're basically questioning some of these simulations we have and some of the early predictions about how early galaxies formed. Something here doesn't match. Everything else though matches exactly. And so the Big Bang theory is not questioned by anyone that does these studies. However, what is being questioned is what exactly happened to these early galaxies to form them so quickly and to make them the way they are. It's actually more of a question of some of the early particles and potentially some of the ideas in regards to dark matter or something else mysterious going on here that very likely affected these early galaxies as the universe was expanding in the first 200 million years. But I guess more importantly, all of these images from the James Webb, all of these new galaxies discovered, everything here actually confirms everything we've always believed about the universe. There is absolutely nothing here to suggest that any of the major theories are incorrect. As a matter of fact, it's quite the opposite. Everything here confirms modern cosmology. For example, the strange lensing effect here confirms that there is the mysterious dark matter in this particular cluster. These redshifted galaxies confirm that the universe is expanding really fast the farther back you look. And the fact that these galaxies are much smaller and much less developed confirms that the evolution of the universe most likely progressed as the scientists initially predicted, with certain inconsistencies. And so, the conclusion here is that the Big Bang right now is the best theory we have that explains the cosmology and the beginning of the universe as we know it. We still obviously don't really know what happened, for example, in the first few seconds of the universe, and there's obviously still confusion about what happened before the universe began, or what's going to happen to the universe at the end. But there are quite a lot of propositions about all of this, and you can actually find some of them in the older videos in the description. On that note, I'm personally looking forward to more and more images from the James Webb, because so far this has been a really groundbreaking and somewhat mind-blowing journey, showing us that there is just so much detail that nobody thought would be even visible until the telescope became operational. And so it's only a matter of time before the scientists discover even more distant galaxies, or possibly even more unusual unexpected objects at the outskirts of the early universe. And before I finish, thank you Dave for asking the question and for bringing this to my attention, and also check out the video from Dr. Becky, who mentioned that she's going to be explaining her point on this as well. And so until future discoveries, thank you for watching, subscribe, share this with someone who loves learning about space and sciences, come back tomorrow to learn something else, and maybe support this channel on Patreon by joining a channel membership or by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt that now features James Webb Telescope as well. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye-bye.
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 Well, what happened
Wonderful.
before the Big Bang and what will happen at the end? Well, the answer is 42. Does that help?
It does indeed.
Yes.
Don't panic.
Yeah, don't panic.
Don't panic. You can start it with a meal at the Big Bang Burger Bar, and then finish it off with your reservation at the restaurant at the end of the universe.
Yeah.
Although the prices at that restaurant are astronomical, aren't they?
That's why you have to put down the deposit now.
Well, actually, that's why you should put down your deposit with your breakfast.
Yes.
I'm just imagining what those universes would be like if we actually travelled to them, even though we're seeing them in the time that they were to the time that they got here with their light. And then if you travel to them, what would it be like?
There's a big probability that they won't even be, but there's distinct possibilities that they won't particularly be there.
Does the human body explode or instantly freeze in the vacuum of space? Well, we all know the basic answer to that.
Well, let's find out.
Press play, Terry.
Okay, Alan. Oh, I better unmute it first.
Yeah, I might help.
In the vacuum of space. In the film Outland, one of the astronauts explodes when they are exposed to the vacuum of space. And who remembers the scene from Mission to Mars where Tim Robbins' character instantly freezes when he takes his helmet off? Now, whilst exposing yourself to space would not be a good idea, your death would not be as instant as these films depict. In fact, it would take several minutes for you to die. The worst thing would be that the lack of air pressure up there would significantly reduce the temperature that liquids boil at. As our bodies contain so much water, it almost certainly turn to gas, which would expand under our skin. Expanding muscles would restrict blood flow to the heart and brain, and you'd be unconscious within 10 to 15 seconds. The vacuum of space would mean, of course, that any air in your lungs would instantly rush out, potentially rupturing them, and any water vapor left in your system would be pushed out that way too. Now, the boiling of the water in your system would cause you to cool, and your nose and your mouth would be the first things to start freezing. The rest of your body would slowly follow, and you'd be dead within 2 minutes. So where did this idea of instant exploding or instant freezing come from? Well, the truth is, I don't really know. Perhaps it's because we didn't know as much about the human body and space and vacuums back then, or perhaps it just makes for a better movie. All in all though, the truth is that we still would die, just not as graphically or as quickly as some may think. I've been Simon Dan, this has been another Misconception Mini, and I'll see you next time.
Yeah, I'm in the garden. Subscribe here. That's the subscribe button. More videos, more videos. Enjoy.
So would you expand like a balloon?
Only a little bit. I mean, your skin's elastic, but it's not that elastic, is it?
Yeah. But all floats know that vacuum sucks, yeah.
No, gravity sucks, Terry. Gravity sucks.
Mm. Flat Earth compilation number 39, the best ever. Okay,
Yeah.
that's a bold claim.
Yeah.
He claims it's his age. He looks pretty good for somebody who's 39, doesn't he? Maybe it's just that I've always looked like an old fart.
Oh, when you get mistaken for being younger, Alan, let me know.
Yeah.
I don't know how many people think I'm a lot younger than what I am.
Yeah, well, when you're 25 and one of your then wife's friends thinks she's being kind when she says she thinks you're 45, it's not great, is it?
Your turn, Farmer.
Press play, please, Terry.
Okay, I can do that for you.
Flat Earth Fail compilation as my age. I don't even know if that means anything, but hey, Flat Earthers are failing and have been doing for years. Welcome to Flat Earth Fail compilation episode 19. I'm joking, it's episode 39. Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Flat Earth Friday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Before we begin today, a huge thank you to the sponsors of today's video, Surfshark VPN. Surfshark is a VPN service that makes online privacy protection easy and attainable, encrypting all internet traffic sent to and from your devices and ensuring that your IP address remains hidden to make sure no one can see what you do online. Whopping 83% off and 3 months extra free. Right, back to today's video, which is Flat Earth Fail compilation 39. This time round, we're going to be focusing on just one person because they've got so much failure in their videos. It's a debunking goldmine. His name is Caleb, he's on TikTok, and he is a Dunning-Kruger champion. We start with a video of his about the ISS.
Is the International Space Station actually orbiting the Earth at 17,500 miles an hour?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Or is it a lot closer to home?
No. No, it's not.
A lot of my Instagram followers have been sending me this post very misled, thinking that this thing's actually real. Here's the details of the photograph, and here's the ISS apparently transiting the sun. So I'm supposed to believe that we can resolve the angular size of this hunk of metal that's 250 miles away from the Earth?
Well, the ISS is 109 meters long at its longest and orbits the Earth at a distance of around 408 kilometers. If we pump those figures into an angular size calculator, then we get an angular resolution of 0.015 degrees. Now, the human eye can resolve up to about 0.02 degrees. But this image wasn't captured by the human eye, was it? It was captured by a camera with a 100 to 400mm lens attached. Now that obviously means that the image can be magnified. It is no surprise whatsoever that the ISS was resolved here.
Let me put this into perspective. If you weren't aware, the International Space Station is apparently the same dimensions basically as a Boeing plane.
No, it hasn't. I don't know where you got your information from here, but the ISS is 109 metres long at its longest, not 73 metres. The largest Boeing plane is just a squeak over 70 metres.
The max height of a Boeing plane is about 7.2 miles. Look at the size of the plane. 253 miles. Look at...
I don't know why you're shaking your head. Let's get those angular size calculators out again. So the angular size of a Boeing 747, as we can see here, would be 0.29 degrees. Now that's actually over 10 times bigger. But what Caleb is forgetting here, crucially, is the horizontal distance. The clue is the colour of the moon in the two pictures. The picture on the left with the ISS, you can see the moon as you normally would, which would indicate that it is quite high in the sky. However, on the picture on the right with the plane, the moon looks more yellow, indicating it is more likely to be closer to the horizon due to refraction. This means that that plane is possibly over 100 kilometres away from you, rather than directly above you. Once you take that into account, then it is no surprise that these two objects, the ISS and that plane, look a similar size.
Like, you guys actually think that we would be able to resolve the angular size of the ISS? Genuinely, come on, just like, think about it.
We did. Maybe you should actually do some research and look into it before making an embarrassing TikTok. Just saying.
And if the International Space Station is actually in space, I thought that space was empty. How is this astronaut's helmet filling with water?
The ventilation in his suit had actually sprung a leak. And actually, astronauts also have cooling suits beneath their spacesuits, which has water pumped around them to keep them cool. So that's another source of water which could escape.
NASA alarmed that astronauts' spacesuits keep filling up with water. Starting to think that these guys might be filming this stuff in a pool with a green screen or blue screen. Trying to connect the dots. NASA, on their website, literally admits that they have an exact replica of the ISS in a pool.
And if you were faking it, why in the name of Mr. Blobby would you be telling everyone that you do this with the swimming pool?
Like something to think about, you know. But you really think that as the sun pulls us through space at 500k miles an hour, you think this thing's just tagging along, huh? Like all the other satellites? And I know what you're thinking, like, why does this matter? Like, I gotta go to work tomorrow and pay my rent still, like, who cares? What if you didn't? What if we weren't giving so much money to the government?
Now, being a non-US citizen, this was quite difficult for me to find out about, but I believe for every $100 of tax that you pay, only 50 cents of that goes to NASA. Hardly breaking the bank, is it?
$19 billion a year. Sprinkled with some CGI, guys. That's what we're getting. $19 billion. But if you just look into the ISS, you'll see problems. And if you just critically think about it, a bullet travels at 1,700 miles an hour. And the ISS travels 10 times faster. And I'm supposed to think that they can get on and off of it?
Yes, because whatever vehicle you're travelling in to get there is also going that speed. Your personal incredulity regarding the speed of the ISS is not enough to debunk it.
But if you were to ask me my opinion on what we're seeing here and in other photographs of the ISS apparently transiting the moon and sun, the government's admitted they have scopes that can see through concrete walls and read heartbeats. You don't think they could retrofit a plane to look like the ISS and fly it past the moon or sun?
No, because they'd have to keep that plane in the air continuously and fly it around the Earth every single 90 minutes. Good luck trying to explain that one. What a colossal failure that first one was, hey? Let's look at his second video where he's explaining to us the seasons.
Wait. Were you under the impression that seasons suggest that we're on a ball?
Oh dear. Not under the impression, no, it's a fact.
Oh, dude, no! Seasons actually prove that the Earth is flat.
Of course they do, Caleb. Come on then, tell us why.
Let me explain. So I'm supposed to believe that the sun is 93 million miles away from the Earth, and seasons are caused by the simple tilt of the Earth as it orbits the sun? Yeah, there's a lot of problems with the heliocentric model, but this one's really obvious.
No, it's not. The tilt of the Earth means that any solar radiation striking the far northern or the far southern hemisphere spreads over a much larger surface area. For example, here in the UK, in the northern hemisphere during winter, the exact same amount of solar radiation is spread over a much larger surface area. The solar irradiance here in the UK, measured in watts per metre squared, is vastly higher in the summer than it is the winter.
The sun rays are coming in 93 million miles away. Again, just picture this. The rays are traveling through a space vacuum, 93 million miles, the warmth of the sun, 93 million miles, and I'm supposed to believe that the tilt of the Earth causes winter and summer. And the angle of the light coming in does this. If the warmth from the sun has already traveled 93 million miles, I don't think it would care for the simple tilt of the Earth.
Typical flurfer thinking it's the additional distance involved and not the actual surface area issue, which I explained a minute ago.
A couple hundred miles, throw a million on there. I don't think it would cause summer and winter.
Yep, definitely doesn't understand.
But it only gets worse the more I look into this model. The perihelion of any orbit of a celestial body about the sun is the point where the body comes nearest to the sun. It is opposite for the aphelion. The perihelion, us being closest to the sun, is in January. That's when I have winter.
Ah, a bit of a northern hemisphere chauvinist here, I see. Of course, they have summer down in the southern hemisphere during perihelion.
91.4 million miles away. And the aphelion is in July, 94.5 million miles away. So I'm supposed to believe that during summer, we're farthest away from the sun, and during winter, we're closest to the sun?
Winter and summer for you. The world doesn't revolve around you. Sorry, Australia, New Zealand, Argentina, etc., etc.
But in reality, on the flat Earth model, the sun is just getting closer and farther away from the North Pole, causing seasons.
How does it do that? What powers it? Why does it stay up there? Evidence?
For example, on the sun's most inner rotation around our flat Earth, that's when Alaska can see its 24-hour day. And Antarctica never can see a 24-hour day. Those videos are fake. They were done over, 3 days. They took 3 different sunsets, laid them over each other. It's all been proven.
Well, it hasn't. And what about this video here, which is a time lapse with a watch in the foreground proving it's over 24 hours? Well, Caleb has failed epically so far, but he's still not finished yet. Finally, he's going to explain how eclipses don't work. Dear, oh dear.
Did you know eclipses actually make no sense on the heliocentric model? I'm going to explain why. So all these planets, right, they were created from the Big Bang. Yeah. Gravity caused all of them to become balls. They're all orbiting the sun irregularly at different speeds, miles an hour. How do you think that the sun and the moon align like perfect billiard balls in the sky every 19-18 years?
Well, it's quite simple. The moon orbits us and we orbit the sun, and every now and again the moon blocks the sun from our perspective. And where do you get every 18 or 19 years from? There's a total of 7 total solar eclipses in the next 9 years. Guess you were talking about just North America again, hey? What a surprise.
From the Big Bang. Seriously. It doesn't stop there though. You know how they perfectly line up to the exact, like there's perfect quarters cut to line up to each other?
No, they don't at all. This here is an annular solar eclipse when the moon looks smaller than the sun, so...
They say that that's happening from the sun being 400 times bigger and coincidentally somehow 400 times farther.
That's pretty rough, but yeah.
From a cosmic explosion from a central point, like... But make sure you're following me. I just got banned at 80k yesterday, and if you think the moon is a solid rock, think again, we're seeing through it.
Well, we
Oh,
aren't.
no.
That's the Earth's atmosphere in front of it there. Seriously, where does Caleb get off thinking he's debunked every single little thing in Earth science? What a monumental failure this was. Now, I'm hoping that Caleb actually responds to this video and makes a TikTok defending his views. We'll see. It'll be interesting to see how he talks his way out of this one. But for now, we're all done and dusted on another Flat Earth Friday, another Flat Earth Fail compilation. It's not often that one person fills up a whole Flat Earth Fail compilation, but I think it's well deserved from Caleb here. Thank you so much for watching today. It truly is appreciated. If you enjoyed this sort of video, there's 38 other Flat Earth Fail compilations to go back and look at. Next month is compilation number 40. There's a playlist for them as well as the playlist for the Flat Earth Friday. Please do check it out. If you really enjoyed this video, hit the like button and please do consider subscribing to the channel too. Just enough time to once again thank Surfshark for sponsoring today. Remember, visit surfshark.deal/SimonDan and use my code SimonDan to get 83% off and 3 months extra free. I've been Simon Dan. Have yourselves a great day and I'll see you all tomorrow for another Misconception Mini. See you then.
Do you know, the scariest thing is that there's no law stopping that idiot from breeding.
Yeah.
I can't help thinking there should be.
Well,
Yeah, I reckon
provided
there
you
should
can
be.
find a female dumb enough to breed with him.
Well, you know, if we can have breed males of the species that dumb, I'm sure there are females as equally dumb as he is.
Yeah.
And then before you know it, they're having lots and lots of dumb offspring. Oh dear, I've been watching Idiocracy.
I keep thinking of the term that Flat Earthers put out to say indoctrinated, and I can honestly see that they're indoctrinating each other.
Yes,
over the time
that's
period
how it
that
works.
I've looked at it. They copy everything that somebody else puts out. The Moon one, for example, the Seasons, you know, all those ones. They're just copying it.
Yeah. I mean, there's only one or two main super high level pupper flurbs, aren't there?
Yeah. But you see, all of this goes back to Eric Dubay. And what did he do? He ripped off Rowbotham.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to say there's Rowbotham the child poisoner.
Yeah.
And Weird Tonic Salesman that also had something pretty unpleasant in it. Yeah, and then Dubay ripped him off.
Yep.
With his 20-odd proofs.
Oh, yeah, I'm calling it 200 because he just keeps repeating himself.
You repeated them, yeah.
And you'll notice that a lot of these people say, oh, they got into the flat earth in about 2015, which I believe is when Eric Dubay put all that out.
Yeah.
So you can trace the roots back, and then they just keep repeating the same old shit. I mean, so Gary, I think yesterday posted a video where they got this very short clip of Buzz Aldrin. He was asked a question, you know, and somebody's put out a video misinterpreting what he said, and they've all reposting on there. See, look, he said it didn't happen. He said it didn't happen. That means it didn't go to the moon. No, that isn't the question he was answering.
Yeah.
But they all just blindly go, oh, look, you know, somebody says, oh, he's denying it gone to the moon, and it's posted all over the bloody place because none of them can have an original thought.
Yeah, or research
Why-
themselves to find out what was said.
Yeah.
I think that was the.
Yeah,
why didn't we go back to the moon one? Wasn't it?
No, that one was she asked him when the scariest moment was. And he said, no, it didn't happen. He didn't have a scary moment.
Ah, okay.
And of course, him saying, oh, it didn't happen, logically, in their minds, equals, oh, we didn't land on the moon, it's all fake.
Yeah, but
I
they don't
guess
play the
the-
whole conversation, though.
Good God, no.
I guess the ideal answer at that point would have been there wasn't one.
Well, yeah, but
Yeah, I know.
frankly, it doesn't matter what the poor guy says. Some idiot out there somewhere is going to twist it around, misinterpret it, and say,
Indeed.
oh, there, see, look, he admitted it.
Blue's trying to grunt in
Oh,
there
that's-
too.
That's worse than misinterpreting. That clip you're talking about is just totally cherry picked.
Yes.
That's the audio version of CGI, really.
Yeah. Yeah, like that
42
last bit they
video,
used
what's that
where
one?
he says to the girl, "Oh, you know," where he was sort of moaning about how they didn't go back, and they totally twisted that around as well.
Yeah.
Mr. Sensible did it, I think, for Buzz Aldrin Q&A access.
Mr. 42. I think Mr. 42 released one this morning, which
Yeah, I've
I
got
got
it
around to
here.
watching you. Yeah, I ain't seen it
we'll
yet.
play
So.
that to finish off with.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
Steve.
why not? That's a good segue.
Yeah. Is this the one where he says it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay. Getting it right from the start. Yeah. Press. What have I
Proceed.
Proceed. That's it.
Proceed.
What was the scariest moment of the journey?
Scariest. It didn't happen. It could have been scary. Circuit breaker.
That's it. And they cherry picked that.
And from that, they're saying, "Oh, look, he's admitting they didn't go to the moon."
Just because the sound bite of just one sentence.
The moon was going to have a lot of dust on it. We had it all over our space suits. And we got back in from the lander into the command module, and there was a lot of dust around. We tried to vacuum it up. But that was possibly poisonous. That's not the right word, but anyway, it was harmful. We came back inside after kicking up dust and picking up some rocks. And of course we had to send them up the ladder because that'd be hazardous carrying a big rock box up the ladder. So we thought of that ahead of time. And we had a clothesline on a pulley so we could send that down. I sent the camera down to Neil so he could take my picture getting on down there. But then it was there so we could hook the rock box on there. That's why I got in first, see, so he could be the guy putting the rock box and I would pull it up inside the cabin. But then we were supposed to tidy up, and tidy up means get rid of stuff you don't need so you won't be as heavy to lift off. Well, the backpacks were pretty heavy. So we got in, we had to pressurize the cabin, disconnect from the backpack, hook up to the spacecraft system, and then depressurize again and throw the backpacks over. Now, there was a seismometer experiment out there, and the people back in Houston could hear those backpacks hitting the ground. They actually said they thought they could hear us on the seismometer bouncing around on the moon. I don't think so. We can see the tracks 40 years later with film. The moon, been there, done that.
You're the second guy, Buzz, or probably the controversy, nobody really went on moon, so lots of criticisms. How do you handle criticism as a leader?
Well, if people don't think the way I do, they're wrong. Have a good sense of humor. You know what humor is? See, I got a big audience, I can tell. Well, it's to have a normal situation and all of a sudden you throw in an absurdity and treat it as if it never was unusual. I had one of those during flight, during the moon trip. And I thought about it a good bit. And I knew that we were going to be all ready to lift off. Maybe you heard this on the video. Maybe. I was outside. But I knew that that Mission Control was going to say just before, that said, well, we called ourselves Tranquility Base. And they were going to say, Tranquility Base, you're cleared for liftoff. So what did I say? Roger, Houston, we're #1 on the runway. There wasn't a runway and there wasn't anybody else up there.
Yeah, I don't think he was saying they didn't go to the moon.
No.
No.
Of course he wasn't.
No.
And it is
Yeah.
horribly deceitful when people try to say that. It
Yeah.
infuriates me.
Yeah. I mean, personally, watching him, Neil, and Michael Collins on Apollo 11 is the first major international news event that I can remember.
Mm.
Because I was 5 years old.
Yeah, that's one thing I noticed, that they had a mess with the moon dust all over their clothes, and it got everywhere.
Oh well, if you look at the shots on the last one on Apollo 17,
Yeah.
you know, because they were there the longest. I mean, they're in a hell of a bloody state. It's all over the place. You know, their faces are grubby. The suits are they're not bright
How'd they
white
get it
anymore.
on their face?
It's once they got back inside the lunar module, you know, and they're repressurized and taken the helmet off and everything. The dust just got everywhere, and inevitably at some point you're going to touch your face. You know, because it was such a fine powder, it got fucking everywhere.
Yeah.
And they tried their best not to let it sort of stick to their suits, but you know, you're pissing against the wind, really.
Especially after whizzing around on that lunar buggy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they brushed the worst of it off, but it was inevitable that they were going to bring it, you know, back in with them. It's not like they could take the suits off and then get inside.
I wonder if they had a slight smile on their face when they were hooning around on that little buggy.
You can absolutely guarantee it. They were, yeah, well, you know what these astronauts were. They were that sort of person. It was like, well, come on then, let's go for it. Well, you could hear it anyway. You could hear these. Yeah, they're enjoying themselves.
The world's most expensive, possibly the first off-road EV.
Yep.
Yeah.
4-wheel drive, 4-wheel steer. Oh, it's a hell of a bit of kit. That could, in theory, if they were out, you know, a fair distance from the LM and things started breaking down, they could, in theory, get back with just one of the 4 motors working.
As long as they didn't have to get out and push.
No, and as it turns out, I think the only problem they had was one of the, well, they call them mud flaps. Obviously, there is no mud, but one of the mud flaps was damaged, and they had to improvise one with a map, because it was just chucking all the dust up all over the place, and said, well, we can't carry on like this. But yeah, of course, what they didn't have to worry about was charging times, because they didn't have to recharge it. The batteries were designed to last as long as they'd need it.
Off-road, off-world.
Yeah. Yeah, very, very clever bit of kit.
And it folded up so small as well, didn't it?
Yes, folded up into an equipment bay in the descent stage.
Even the wheels were concertinaed out to make them the shape. Wasn't really a wheel.
Well, they were wire.
Yeah.
They were wire. They weren't actual tires, because they didn't need to be because of the, you know, the weight.
Gravity and all.
Exactly. Yeah, that and the fact it did sort of had to sort of fold itself away.
I've read stories that they wouldn't really work very well here on planet Earth.
No, No, the ones they practice on down here had conventional wheels and tyres on them.
Oh, I think if you, the full-size men got in one of the actual rovers, they probably would have broken it here on Earth.
Probably would.
Especially in a suit.
Yeah, well, in the suit, they were 300 pounds here on Earth.
What was it, about 0.6 of our gravity or something, wasn't it?
No, 1/6.
1/6. So
So
it's
I knew the 6 was there
15%.
somewhere. 1/6. Okay.
%16 or something like that, 17%.
If only I had better memory of it when they first landed in '69 when I watched it on a black and white TV.
But it didn't matter too much that you were watching it on a black and white TV back then, did it?
I can't
Not
even
for
remember
11
which
and
bit.
12, it didn't.
I can't even remember which bit I watched. I just know it was the telecast.
No, there was only one bit. Apollo 11 had one EVA, and that was it.
Yep.
Lasted about 2.5 hours, I think.
Something like that, yeah.
I don't think we
kind
watched
of
it
know
the
I
whole
watched
2.5
the.
hours.
I know I watched the launch. I know I watched the EV. And I'm pretty sure I probably watched the splashdown, plus some of the other bits that they would have had on in between. With not Raymond Baxter, Burke.
Oh, James Burke.
James Burke.
What's Stevie B giving me now?
And of course, whilst all that was going on, the Russians were busy crashing into the moon as well.
Yeah.
Not that it was supposed to crash, but that's how it ended up. Luna 15, I think.
Nod 15.
Because the Russians sent all of their sort of mission data, their trajectory and everything to NASA to say, we're not going to clash with you at all, are they? And NASA said, no, you'll be fine. Oh, okay.
Yeah, they were desperately trying to put a lander on the moon to retrieve a sample and bring it back.
Yes.
They thought, okay, if we can't be the first men on the moon, maybe we can be the first to bring back a sample of lunar material.
Yep.
So that's what that was all about.
And they did do that in the end, but of course,
eventually,
they weren't first, were they? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, eventually they did. But yeah, they were literally trying to beat us by a matter of days.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, they had terrible problems with the rocket engines for their big rocket, didn't they?
Yeah, they could not fly a manned mission. They didn't have a rocket with enough lifting capacity. The big one that they were going for blew up.
Oh, yes.
But the last time it blew up, it took out about 100 of their scientists, too.
6 miles an hour that buggy got up to.
Yep.
Hey, the same speed as my wheelchair.
There you go.
Roughly. On a downhill grade with the wind behind me, I can just about get up to 2.5 meters a second.
Was that sky miles or moon miles?
Oh, don't. Oh, dear.
Probably radar miles, to be honest. That extra 100 that being 109 meters shorter than a statute one is kind of handy, because it's really only 5 statute miles an hour. It's the speed limit on the chair. But yeah, According to my GPS logger on the phone, I have had it up to 2.5 meters per second. But it was down the back of the bridge.
We're definitely going to have to get another tune. I'll just play it. I'll play us out with that. Oh, thanks, Alan. Thanks, Farmer's Boy. Thanks, Big Blue. Thanks, Hendrik, Lorenz. Who'd we have out in the peanuts? We had a bit of everyone tonight. Stevie B, John Stock, Elmigs, Demon Orb, M Ball, Stewie, Truth Nerds, Timbo Turtle, Brainery, Demon Orb. I know Dora was there earlier. Kia No. Stevie B. Tiny Captain. Fred Bailey. Gotta scroll up. Oh, Judy Bassett. Clive Wells. S. Thurston II. Who else are we missing? Missing somebody, I'm sure of it. Oh, Mark Beiser. And we'll give a shout out to Gary. Why bother? Oh, why Banger, sorry.
No, you're right the first time.
Oh, was I? Oh,
okay. Yeah.
I think that's about it. Yeah, Clive was right at the top. Yeah, criminal from Australia, that really narrows it down.
Yeah.
We'll need to clip that quote. Yeah, see you next Saturday. Oh, what about Wednesday? Oh, you're not going to see us on Wednesday, Fred. Okay. All right then. It's getting a bit late over here. What time is it? Nearly 10 to 2. Oh.
I ain't got anything booked for Wednesday. Bloody hell.
Paul's ducks. Paul will have to tuck his ducks in.
Alright, I'll be sleeping in the morning.
Yeah, it's Sunday after all.
Yeah.
You don't have to tuck your ducks in, Paul.
I don't. Someone else is doing it this weekend, so it's fine.
All right then. Night panel, night peanuts.
Night peanuts.
Now we're going to catch an excerpt at the end of a quote before I stop streaming. Probably not. No, nothing.
Remember, wherever you go, there you are.